Video introduction. This is the story of one person's deep journey of self-discovery and awakening. It's not just a spiritual or philosophical reflection. It's a practical guide to real inner growth beyond healing. The author walks toward the ultimate goal, awakening, and shares 3 simple principles we can all practice in daily life: contemplation, understanding, and patience. This isn't about comforting the mind for a moment. It's about looking straight into the essence of life itself and finding true freedom and peace within it through heartfelt insight and down-to-earth practice. This message invites you to uncover the hidden treasure within the gold of your own mind. The journey to find myself. Part 1, the principle of self-healing. The pain of the heart. It is a rite of passage that must be endured in the process of finding true love. 1. The essence of love life. If there is one great folly that humans commit while living in this world, it would be the fact that most people live without knowing their own essence, which is love life. It is no exaggeration to say that whether one lives knowing this or not determines the success of that person's life. All the despair, frustration, suicide, and anguish that people experience are phenomena that occur because they do not know their own essence. So what exactly is this essence? What is love life? When we are born, we receive a physical body and at the same time, the 5 senses. As these 5 senses interact with the external world, a subjective world comes into being. One day, a person tries pizza for the first time. Wow, I never knew such a taste existed. This is really delicious. In this person's memory, the experience "pizza is delicious" is engraved. Another person eats pizza. Ah, what is this taste? For this person, the experience "pizza is tasteless" is engraved. Thus, these 2 people come to have different subjective views. This is a very simple example, but everything else can be explained in this way. If so, isn't what we commonly know as the I a subjective world formed by the accumulation of experiences? Let's approach this in more detail. If we look into the contents of what we usually call the I, we can see that it is all composed of things we have experienced while growing up: name, age, gender, appearance, parents, friends, siblings, relatives, property, country, neighborhood, language, possessions, school, lover, and countless other pieces of knowledge and experiences. All of these originate from experience. Therefore, what we commonly know as the I can be said to be nothing more than a collection of experiences, a memory. If we were in a car accident one day and lost all our memories, how would we know who we are? Knowing who we are is possible only because there is a relationship with the external world. Without a relationship with the external world, the collection of experiences called the I cannot be formed. The concept of I begins to form slowly from a young age that we can barely remember. As we get older, this collection of experiences called the I grows larger and clearer. That is, a subjective world of the self is formed. This massive experience, fixed from the past, is what psychology calls the ego. This world is different for everyone. Even identical twins with the same appearance have different worlds of experience. Ultimately, what we commonly know as the I is nothing more than a collection of experiences. It is not our essence. This may be difficult to understand, so let's use an analogy. Here is a mirror. Various shadows are reflected in the mirror. If we call this mirror life, then the shadows in the mirror can be called experiences that have come in through the 5 senses. Just as there can be no shadow without a mirror, there can be no experience without life. Just as the mirror can exist even if the shadow disappears, we can be alive even if our memory, which is our experience, is lost. To show a movie, you must put film in a projector and shine a light on it. Various scenes are recorded on the film. Here, the film can be said to be our five senses, and the world of experience received through those five senses is the image on the film. However, for that image to move, there must be light. Without light, a movie cannot be shown. This light is our essence, life, love. If we call the sky life and the clouds experience, the sky exists even if the clouds disappear. Our experiences flow like clouds over our life, constantly changing. Our thoughts change constantly. At one time, we might think socialism is good, and then one day suddenly think capitalism is good. It does not escape the category of experience. Experience is not something we are born with from our mother's womb. It is merely a shadow accumulated in the mirror of the mind as we grow. It is like an image captured on the film of the five senses. It is not real. It can be compared to an onion. If you peel an onion layer by layer, in the end, nothing is left. If the concept of I is formed by the accumulation of 100 experiences, if you discard them one by one until all 100 are gone, you will not know who you are. Ultimately, experience is not real. Seagulls do not fly in the sea of the mind. That is an illusion. That is the I. What, then, is our essence? It is the foundational world that allows that experience to exist, that is, the eternally unchanging life itself. The shadow in the mirror is not our essence. The mirror itself is our essence. The image on the film is not our essence. The light that illuminates the film is our essence. Our essence is light, life, and love itself. The very life we brought with us from our mother's womb is our essence. The mirror exists even if the shadow disappears. The sky exists. Even if the clouds disappear and we still exist, even if the collection of experiences called the I disappears, this undying eternal substance, this life energy, is our essence. The body is an illusion. Now, let's look at our body. Is there any unchanging reality in our body? Our body is composed of 5 elements: earth, water, fire, air, and space. Head, arms, legs, heart, lungs, liver, intestines. Nowhere is there anything that can be called our true self. Dissect our body in a hospital. It is nothing more than an animal. Where is the part that can be called the Lord of all creation? It is nowhere to be seen. When our body rots, it returns to the 5 elements of nature. Does this mean our true self does not exist? Here, we need to exercise our imagination. Let's say there is an electron microscope that can magnify infinitely. If we magnify our body infinitely with this microscope, will the cells of our body be attached to each other, or will they be separate? Imagine. You may not have thought about it much, but try it once. Oh, this is absurd. My body is all separated. Yes, of course they would be separate. Then it's just like empty space. But there is something here we cannot just pass over. What is it? It is the fact that this empty space is not just simple empty space, but is filled with some kind of energy field that supports our body. This energy is the unchanging reality, the life energy that allows us to exist, although it is invisible to our eyes. This energy allows us to breathe, to be active, to digest, to think, and to love. Because of this, countless experiences are possible, and the I can exist. The life energy that is our essence is eternally unchanging. Nothing in this world is eternal. If there is anything eternal, it is the fact that everything changes. So it can also be said that what changes is not eternal. Then, if there is something in this world that does not change, the theory that it is eternal can be established. In physics, there is the law of conservation of energy. It is the law that although the form of all existence may change, its essence, energy, does not change. Our life energy is the same. Life energy is immutable. Life love is eternal. That is our essence. Let's explain it simply. Here are two seeds. One sprouts and the other does not. Then we can surmise that the seed that sprouted had some invisible energy inherent in it. That energy still exists, even after that sprout becomes a large tree. Although the seed became a tree and its form changed, the energy in the seed and the energy in the tree are the same. Then the energy itself does not change. We humans are the same. The life energy in our bodies when we were young and the life energy in our bodies when we are old are fundamentally the same. If you saw the Han River with your eyes as a child, you can see the Han River even as an old person. Although your eyesight may weaken, the ability to see remains unchanged. We said before that what does not change does not die and is eternal. Then our life energy is eternally undying. We all possess such an unchanging, eternal reality, life love. 2. The reason we must find love life. So why must we find love life? It is to preserve ourselves most completely. Among the instincts of the universe is the law of self-preservation. It is a law possessed not only by the universe but by all beings in this world, including matter. This has already been proven in physics. The numerous climate changes occurring on Earth today are the Earth's way of preserving itself. Earthquakes also occur for the Earth to preserve itself. An imbalance somewhere on the Earth manifests as an earthquake, an attempt to restore balance. This is similar to how a festering part of our body naturally bursts when the time is right. If it doesn't burst, it can be harmful to our body. The Earth is the same. The Earth's struggle to preserve itself, having lost harmony and balance due to all kinds of pollution, manifests as various climate changes. In that sense, we cannot help but take environmental pollution seriously. In physics, it is said that all beings with mass have the following laws. First, the law of universal gravitation. Second, the law of inertia. And third, the law of action-reaction. And in modern science, it is said that energy is matter and matter is energy. This means that the dimension of energy is a stage of very fast and fine vibrations, while the dimension of matter is a stage of loose and coarse vibrations. If so, the life energy that is the foundation of our mind is also a form of matter. Thus, thought itself, the flow of that energy, can be seen as a form of energy. Matter and energy can be transmitted. Our thoughts can also be transmitted. Let's delve deeper here. What is the mind? Everyone has a mind. What I want to talk about now is this mind. Only by knowing this can we clearly know our essence. How is our mind constructed? What are the constituent elements of the human mind? This double-edged sword that causes so much suffering, anguish, and sadness for humans, while at the same time allowing them to enjoy the immense benefits of civilization. If we knew this fact clearly, we could be eternally liberated from all the wars and struggles, discord and jealousy, misunderstandings, etc. that we humans have experienced for so long. So from now on, let's thoroughly dig into what we call the human mind. As I said before, our mind is like a shadow in a mirror. Just as there can be no shadow without a mirror, the mind cannot exist if we are not alive. That is, if we have no life. The mind is formed by the accumulation of experiences on the white paper of life. The mind contains all sorts of things. It is filled with countless experiences and knowledge that have come in through the five senses, but there is a difference between a mirror and the human mind. When a mirror reflects an object, only that object is reflected in the mirror, and everything else disappears. And when it reflects another object, the previous object disappears. However, the human mind is different. When our mind reflects an object, that object enters the mind as a memory. Thus, even when reflecting another object, the previously entered object does not disappear but remains somewhere in the mind, continuing to affect us in various ways. When we were very young, before the concept of I-ego began, it was not like this. That's why even if children fight while playing with friends, the next day they play together happily as if nothing happened. But when adults fight with someone and meet that person again the next day, they avoid them or feel very bad. So why does this difference between children and adults arise? In the case of children, yesterday's experience does not intervene in the present moment, so they can look at the object purely. But in the case of adults, the moment they look at the object in the present moment, past experience intrudes, and they cannot see the object purely. This is what all human preconceptions are like. In fact, the person in front of you now may have already changed from yesterday. That person may have repented their mistake in bed yesterday and tried to meet you with a new heart. Nevertheless, we are bound by the past and cannot see the present truth. I remember watching an American movie a long time ago, the content of which was very impressive. The female fashion model was walking down the street one day, waiting for the signal to change to cross the crosswalk, but a child suddenly jumped into the crosswalk as a car was speeding towards them. It was a dangerous moment where the car would have hit the child if left alone. At that moment, this woman jumped in and pushed the child away. It was a split-second moment. And then the woman was hit by the car. At that moment, a woman who saw the scene collapsed on the spot. That woman was the child's mother. Amidst the murmuring crowd, an ambulance arrived and took the two women to the hospital. The doctor who examined the two women brought to the hospital confirmed that both were dead. No, the child's mother was completely dead, but the model's brain was still alive. So, the hospital held an emergency meeting and came to a conclusion. The mother's body is undamaged, and the model's body is a mess. So let's transplant the model's living brain into the mother's body. Finally, the transplant surgery began. Anxious time passed. Sometime later, news came that the surgery had been a success. The woman, with her head bandaged, was still unconscious in bed. A few days later, she regained consciousness, and the moment she saw her reflection in the mirror, she screamed, "Ah!" and her body trembled. The reflection in the mirror was not her old body, but the fat body of a middle-aged woman. She couldn't accept that appearance at all. She felt like she was going crazy. Even when acquaintances came to visit, she recognized them, but others did not recognize her. She was confused. Everything was topsy-turvy. She felt like committing suicide. So let's think about this for a moment. Why did she become so distressed? The cause was in her I-ego, the collection of her past experiences. She still remembered her slender body, and she had lived her life knowing that body to be herself. But think about it. Our body is always subject to change. Slenderness is not an eternal reality. The face can be changed with surgery, and the body can become fat over time. She experienced such confusion because she thought her former appearance was an eternally unchanging reality. Our body is not our essence. If she had lost her memory the moment she looked in the mirror, She would have thought the reflection in the mirror was her original body and accepted it naturally. What feels pain is her memory, the collection of past experiences, the I ego. The only truth is existence. The only reality and truth is the image in the mirror in front of her now. When we walk down the street, we can sometimes see roadside trees standing with their trunks cut off. But we can see those trees come back to life in the spring of the following year, with new branches sprouting. But if we humans had our limbs cut off like trees, could we live on fresh and vibrant? Except for a few, most would live in despair or commit suicide. So why is it that, as beings with the same life, trees live on fresh and vibrant while humans despair or commit suicide? Some people say, "Don't be ridiculous. How can a tree and a person be the same?" No, all beings with life are the same, although their appearances are different. So what is the difference? A tree does not have the memory of the past and always lives in the present moment, but a person thinks of their past self as their true self and despairs when they see their present self through that memory. Our body and memory are things that came into being as we grew up. They are illusions. If you believe in illusions, you are bound to get hurt. Why? Because illusions are always constantly changing. To be free from the pain of the mind, we must clearly know what is an illusion. If a child without limbs was born in a country where only people without limbs live, would that child despair because they have no limbs? Of course not. They would accept it as a natural appearance. What is hurting us is nothing more than the memory of past experiences. Live believing only in life. Even if our limbs are cut off, our life is unchanged. That life is our essence. Everything else is an illusion. Do not cling to that illusion. Only the pure present is alive. Life is a continuous flow. It does not stop for a moment. It is like a flowing river. The Greek philosopher Heraclitus said this, "We cannot step into the same river twice. The second time you step in, the water from the first time has already flowed away." So if you look at it, it's safe to say that most human lives are constantly ruining the living present with the dead past. Our mind is the collection of experiences, that is, memory, the dead past. Let's delve into the I a little more scientifically here. The I is also a mass of energy. Energy is matter. Matter is governed by the law of universal gravitation, the law of inertia, and the law of action-reaction. This is the law of ego. Our mind, being a mass of energy, is also governed by these laws. This is because physics and psychology are ultimately one. Let's take an example for easy understanding. Desire and the law of universal gravitation. Let's say we've tried bowling for the first time. Then the experience of bowling accumulates in our minds. Then one day the memory of bowling comes to mind. I'm bored. Isn't there anything fun to do? Yes, bowling. If we had never seen or played bowling, the thought of wanting to play bowling would not have arisen. A person who has eaten jjajangmyeon once wants to eat it again, and a person who has played a computer game wants to play it again. Thus, we can see that experience as a mass of energy has a gravitational pull. In other words, it can be called desire. Modern people have so much of this experience accumulated in their minds that the resulting desires are innumerable. This is more so for city dwellers than for rural people. There was a British thinker named Russell. He once went to a remote village in Africa. There he was greatly surprised. These people don't have many tools for enjoyment, yet what makes them so happy all day long? What's so enjoyable that they dance, eat, and drink with such excitement? He found it strange. Modern civilized people have so much and so much to enjoy, yet why are they unhappier than them? That is natural. Have those natives ever seen a movie? Have they ever seen a TV? Have they ever played a game? They have almost no experience with the benefits of civilization, therefore they cannot even have desires for them. Let's take another example. If you give a diamond and a snack to a child and an adult respectively, in most cases, the child will take the snack and the adult will take the diamond. Why? Because the adult knows the value of the diamond through experience while the child does not. In very primitive times, diamonds were just played with like toys, even if they were adults. Ultimately, we can see that experience of something has a gravitational pull and acts as a desire, self-assertion, and the law of inertia. The collection of experiences that is the component of our mind as a mass of energy has an instinct to maintain itself. Let's explain this simply. Let's say there is a desk here. If one person has learned to call it kegsang cheksang and another has learned to call it desk, these two people will fight, each claiming to be right. Then, if several people appear at once and all side with the person who said cheksang, the person who has lived their whole life knowing a desk as a desk will be so angry and upset that they will go crazy. Why does this happen? It's fine to call it a cheksang, a desk, or even an apple. It's up to people to decide. It's just a social convention, so why do they feel bad? It is because our experience itself has an instinct to maintain itself. All our fights due to differences in thought are like this. In fact, both are right. There is no such thing as 100% right in this world. Why? Because language itself is not perfect. That's why it is said that truth cannot be expressed in words. Is a rainbow 7 colors? No. There are so many subtle colors in between. So in fact, a rainbow is not 7 colors. Apples are red. Not at all. There are yellow apples and green apples. That guy is a bad guy. No. Even the worst person has some good points. To say so is to be wrong. No, it's only partially right. If 10 people spoke about a certain fact, each of the 10 people's words would be partially right. There is only a difference of who is more right and who is less right. Language is this imperfect. But we humans know and assert this knowledge made of imperfect language as if it were 100% right, which is why we get into fights with others and feel bad as a result. Even if we win the fight, we don't feel very good, because it is not love. Thus we believe in the knowledge we have and assert it. Then, if someone strongly opposes that assertion, we struggle to protect that knowledge. That is because our experience itself has an inertia to protect itself. For it to collapse is like our own death. Religious knowledge is no exception. It also does not escape the category of knowledge and experience. Ultimately, the I-ego, the collection of our human experiences, stubbornly insists on and tries to protect itself to maintain its existence, which shows that energy itself has the law of inertia, love, and the law of action-reaction. Finally, the law of action-reaction. The human mind, being a mass of energy, is also subject to the law of action-reaction. When we go on a long journey, we feel the desire to rest. Similarly, our mind, on the flip side of the action of attraction, also has a simultaneous action of releasing that attraction. Let's explain with an analogy. Let's say there is a single drop of water and a large body of water, like the sea. This drop of water strives to maintain itself, but it knows that one day it will evaporate in the sun or disappear. So, the drop of water itself has an instinct to become one with a larger being to preserve itself completely. If a small drop of water and a large drop of water are close, the small drop will cling to the large one. This means that the part has an instinct to become one with the whole. In fact, for the drop of water to preserve itself forever, it just needs to jump into the sea. It just needs to become one with the sea. In humans, there is a phenomenon called love, as an action to lose oneself and become one with the whole. When in love, we can momentarily escape from the sphere of the mind's attraction to always pull something in to exist. Because only pulling is too tiring. Love requires the sacrifice of one's own attraction. It is impossible to love while holding on to the attraction of one's mind, that is, desire or greed. If you love with that love is 100% bound to break. How can a drop of water become one with the sea while maintaining its own form? To become one with the sea, the drop must abandon its own form. Love is the same. You cannot properly love the other person without sacrificing your I ego, the collection of your experiences. A man who thinks a woman should only do housework after marriage cannot properly love a woman who does not think so. If you love the other person, you must sacrifice that thought, if that is the other person's happiness. Love is impossible without the sacrifice of the I. A person who loves only the I cannot love properly either. Humans need love. Why? Because through love, we can discover our essence, life love, by sacrificing the attraction of the I ego. It is said that love is accompanied by heartache. And that heartache is the very death and sacrifice of the I ego. The I must die for our essence, life love, to finally shine its light. However, most people fear the death of the I. That is why, when you fall in love, there is a moment when you feel like you want to get away. The saying, "you mature as much as you hurt," is another way of saying that you have discovered your essence, life love, through the death of the I ego. I will stop here as I need to talk about love again later. The reason for despair. During the IMF crisis, there were many heads of households who were frustrated, despaired, or committed suicide due to job loss. And the fundamental reason for this is ignorance of their own essence. Let's say a person who worked in the general affairs department of a large corporation for 20 years was honorably discharged. He is now 48 years old, and in despair because he doesn't know what to do, he spends his days drinking. So what is the reason for his despair? There may be several complex factors, but among them, the biggest reason is probably that he knows the I ego as his true self. He has only done general affairs work his whole life, so his experience is only accustomed to general affairs work. Then, when he was suddenly laid off, his experience became flustered. Now he has to jump into a world he has never experienced. Our mind, the collection of experiences, has the law of inertia, so it has an instinct to continue doing only what it is accustomed to. But when suddenly trying to do something outside of experience, it is bound to be afraid. That is the biggest reason for despair. But if you think about it, he wasn't born learning general affairs work. He learned it as he grew up. Then he can learn another job. If he knew that his essence is his being alive, he could start any job anew. There is nothing a person cannot do as long as they are alive. Frustration, despair, and suicide are done by the I ego. The world of experience, our essence, life, never despairs. It is thought that despairs. That thought comes from the I, which is experience, the past, and memory. Ignore that thought. It is the clouds that despair, not the sky. It is the shadow in the mirror that despairs, not the mirror itself. How ridiculous it is for a shadow to despair. No matter what desperate situation comes, if we are alive, that is our all, and that being alive is our essence. The Mercedes 600 that was there until yesterday is just a memory in our heads. If we lost all our memories, how would we know if we lost the Mercedes 600? It's not like we brought it with us from our mother's womb, is it? It is just a memory, the past, an experience. It does not exist in the present. The only truth is existence. Only what actually exists in the present is true. The past and future are illusions, not truth. Do not believe them. As long as we are alive, we can always start anew. We can start at 50, at 60, at 70. What is age? Isn't that also an experience? If you suddenly lost all your memories one day, how would you know your age? Although the aging of the body cannot be denied. There was a crazy old woman. 3 or 4 strong men tried to take this old woman to a nursing home, but they couldn't handle her strength. So where does that strength come from? It is because the old woman herself does not recognize that she has aged. The power of life is that great. What weakens that power is our concept, that is, experience and memory. I'm 60, so the day I die is not far off. That kind of concept weakens that power. We can go to college even at 70. What is there to fear? Our essence, life, can do anything. Do not believe that your I, the collection of your experiences, is your essence. It is an image on film, a piece of cloud floating in the sky. It is not real. It can change at any time. We have everything. We lack nothing. We have a healthy body, arms, 2 legs, and a brain. If we use them, we can always start life anew. What is there to fear? Fear itself is not real. Take courage and start anew. The mystery of life. Our essence, life, is freedom, love, and harmony itself. When we escape from the attachment of the I-ego and become one with life, we naturally enjoy true freedom without effort, become love itself, and achieve harmony with all beings. The essence of life is like that. Life itself extends its antenna to the ends of the universe to constantly check its surroundings in order to preserve and maintain itself. It is always awake to its surroundings. This is so that it can safely preserve itself from danger. Look at the trees around us. When winter comes, they naturally shed their leaves to maintain their body temperature from the cold. It is life that does that. A spider spinning a web without ever having learned it is doing what life tells it to do. It is the instinct of life, the law of self-preservation. Animals sense when a flood or disaster is coming and prepare to live. When a ship is about to have an accident, rats escape the ship in advance. It is said that magpies move their nests to higher places when a flood is coming. This is life sensing danger in advance and ordering it to be so. Watch carefully when wild geese fly in the sky. They fly in a flock, forming the shape of a large bird. This is not only to protect themselves from enemies, but it would be more correct to say that it is to travel a long distance without much effort. When the geese in front flap their wings, it creates a change in the air current, and the geese following behind can ride that current and fly with less effort. So, if you fly alone, you cannot create a larger air current, so you consume more energy to fly. But if you form a flock in the shape of a large bird, it is much easier to ride the air current. And while flying like that, if the leading goose gets tired, it switches with a goose from behind. It's almost automatic. From a human perspective, it's just amazing. That is the mystery of life. Life is omnipotent. Life itself has the instinct of self-preservation, so it naturally takes on such a form and achieves harmony. They do not have the I-ego of experience and are life itself, so they do not insist on or assert themselves. Life, in this way, always does its best to protect itself with its own ability of harmony. Humans also have this kind of life, but why can't we humans exert this ability? In fact, every human has all these abilities, but our I ego is constantly blocking the wisdom of life so that ability is not being exerted. Most car accidents happen while daydreaming. It's because you weren't awake while driving. Life is awareness itself, because it is the pure present, but the memory of the past clouds the clear mirror by floating around like a cloud. Therefore, the antenna of attention cannot work properly. The more our life love escapes from the I ego, the wiser and more harmonious we become. If a beloved sibling is in an unfortunate situation, even if they don't call, our life will first sense the situation with its antenna and signal us. A part of our heart feels uncomfortable and we suddenly feel like calling. Life is always sensing all situations closely related to itself with its antenna, so if there is a part where a problem can occur, it lets us know in advance so that we have to solve it. It is an instinct to preserve itself, to be loved. To do so, harmony with one's surroundings is essential. At home, at school, at work, wherever a person who harmonizes and does their best when that place is in difficulty can be recognized and loved by everyone. Otherwise, a person who does not harmonize with their surroundings and moves according to the desires of the I may have an accident, be criticized by others, go to jail, or even bring about death. To be whole from such unfortunate events, we must find our essence, life love. Sacrificing the I ego may seem like a huge loss, but in fact it is the act of doing the most for oneself. Such a person is the one who can be most respected and loved in this world. The reason we can be alive now is because the earth is pulling us, because there is air and water, because we had parents, and because of countless other things. To be more precise, for us to exist in this world, we must cherish the surrounding world that supports us more than ourselves. This is so that we can completely preserve ourselves. Otherwise, we will be ignored by those around us and have to live a miserable life while being pointed at. Life itself is love and harmony, so it cherishes and loves the surrounding world as its own body. In any situation, it does not insist on itself, but achieves true harmony with its surroundings, because that is the way to preserve oneself most completely. This is true wisdom. So far, we have deeply explored why we must find love life. As you have read this far, you must have been surprised anew at how ignorant we humans are of ourselves. That is perhaps why Socrates cried out, "Know thyself," in ancient times. We are all too ignorant of ourselves. We do not know how deeply the I ego is rooted in our minds and how much it drives us into suffering. If we do not find love life, we can never be free from such suffering. The majority of all problems, wars, and disputes between nations, conflicts, and misunderstandings, all the issues in society, the workplace, and the home that humanity is currently experiencing arise because we do not know our own essence. This is precisely why we must find love life. 3. How to find love life. In fact, finding love life is not an easy task. We have lived for so long mistaking the I ego for our essence, and the I ego is so deeply rooted in our minds that uprooting it is almost like our own death. That is why, even if we know what love life is, it is truly difficult to escape from the confinement of the I. However, to truly enjoy freedom and happiness, we must somehow go back to our original home of life. In a way, it may be our human destiny. Just as a salmon swims upstream against the current to find the river of its birth, We must swim against the I ego towards the home of life, the source of our freedom, love, and harmony. The I in our minds was originally created by ourselves and flowed down, so destroying that I is also something we can do ourselves. We just need to go back up against the flow and remove it. The difference is that the I was created without our knowledge, but the act of going against it must be done consciously. How can we know the I? We do not properly know the I ego that resides in our minds. What we know is only very superficial. I am very poor. I think I have an indecisive personality. I am too timid. At best, we remain at this level. As mentioned before, the elements that make up the I are innumerable. Moreover, it is also very complex, so there are many subtle things that cannot be separated and spoken of one by one. Some are hidden deep in our unconscious, so finding them is as difficult as finding treasure in the deep sea. Whenever I see a man, they all look like snobs. The reason for this is not well known to others, let alone to oneself. However, if you go back to your childhood or go deep into your unconscious, you can find the cause. Even such a thought becomes an element that constitutes the I. It also becomes an obstacle in our lives. Therefore, we must become aware of the cause and burn away such thoughts, because it becomes an obstacle to a life of love, freedom, and harmony. So how can we thoroughly uncover the existence of the I and bring it out of our consciousness? Once that is done, we can overcome it through the methods of contemplation, understanding, and patience. Then is there a good way? Of course there is. It can be said to be in human relationships, and that in this fiercely competitive world. Without clashes, we cannot know the I, what kind of state we are in. My aunt's son had failed his college entrance exam and was studying for it again. One day, he happened to meet several of his close friends. But all of those friends were attending college. He ended up having a drink with them. While drinking, his friends were talking all about college-related things, about college clubs, about blind dates, and how they had arranged their schedules so they only had to go to school for 4 days. Hearing this, my aunt's son just kept drinking. Then he suddenly stood up, smashed a bottle on the floor, and shouted, "Hey, you bastards! Stop talking about college!" Why did this happen? Unbeknownst to him, failing college had become a complex in his mind. They were friends he had gotten along with well until last year, so why had things changed so much this year? A new experience had taken root in his mind as a component of the I, and that had bound him and created an obstacle. In this situation, he could find the new I hidden within him. A shortcut to finding the I. Countless clashes exist in human relationships. In those clashes, we can know the state of the I ego. Originally, our essence is life energy itself, so it is in a state like empty space. But a cloud called the I floats there, and as it clashes with external situations, causes unpleasantness or suffering. Our mind is like a clear autumn sky. It is calm and peaceful when there is nothing going on, but it becomes confused or distressed when past memories surface or when it clashes with an object. The I reveals itself in such situations. Let's say someone swore at us. Because we know Korean through experience, we immediately interpret the curse in our minds as soon as we hear it. And immediately, we feel bad and emotions arise. If it were a foreigner who didn't know Korean, they would not feel bad. At this time, we can discover the I that is bound by language. Such it is possible because there was someone who swore at us. If someone were to live alone on a deserted island, they would not know in what form their state is established in their minds. To quickly discover the I, we must be placed in as many relationships as possible. That is the shortcut to self-discovery. The jewel in our minds. The I ego can be compared to electrical resistance. Originally, our essence, life energy, is a being that flows freely without any obstacles or blockages because it is freedom, love, and harmony itself. But as the world of experience became fixed in our minds and the I took root, resistance caused by the I began to arise in our minds. That is the pain and suffering of the mind that we experience. When there is no resistance, electricity flows smoothly without any blockages. We can't even feel the electricity flowing. Then, when some resistance arises, the flow slows down, gets blocked, or sparks fly. The exact same phenomenon is happening in the human mind, because our mind is also a mass of energy. We humans are originally free and peaceful beings. Look at all the living creatures in this world. Where can you see suffering and unhappiness in them? They are just peaceful as long as they have something to eat. But we humans, even if we have food and many things, are not as peaceful as them in reality. So we must also quickly discover the resistance and obstacles caused by the I in our minds and be liberated from them. If we do so, our essence, life, love, will naturally reveal its hidden form in the process. Just as a hidden jewel reveals its light when the dirt is removed. The reason for suffering. When our body is healthy, we feel as if we have no body. Then, when a part of our body hurts, it feels like that part is our everything. Then we use all sorts of means to heal that painful part. Only when it is all healed do we feel relieved. Sometimes a person may leave a slightly painful part of their body alone, thinking it's nothing. Such people eventually rush to the hospital and run around in a panic when they reach a fatal situation. But by then, it is often too late. When a part of our body hurts, it is a warning sent by life to protect itself, telling us to feel it, find the cause quickly, and treat it. If we ignore that warning, our body cannot be healthy. If our body hurts somewhere but there is no warning, a part of our body will be completely gone, rotted, or broken. If a fire breaks out in our house while we are sleeping and we do not feel the heat at all, the result is death. If our hand touches a hot stove and we do not feel the heat, that hand will eventually have to be cut off. If your stomach hurts, it is a warning to be careful with your stomach. Then you should quit drinking or smoking, be careful with your food, or not eat things that burden your stomach. Then your stomach will soon recover. Ultimately, the pain in our body can be said to be a kind consideration of life to protect our health. This works the same not only in our physical body but also in our minds. If there is any pain or suffering in our minds, it is also a kind warning from life to quickly find the cause of that pain or suffering and solve it. In fact, like the health of our body, it is normal for our mind to be in a state without any pain. But if mental suffering or pain suddenly appears, it is because there is some resistance or something wrong. We just need to find the cause and treat it. But what is really strange is that people pay attention to and treat their physical pain, but when it comes to the suffering of their minds, they just suffer and rarely think of finding the cause and treating it. If so, we must feel this fact deeply on this occasion and learn the prescription. Otherwise, the happiness we desire can never be achieved. Ultimately, the suffering of our minds arises in numerous relationships. The identity of that mental suffering, if you look at it, is the I ego in our minds. Only when we properly know the I can we be free from the suffering or pain of the mind. At that time, we can know the healthiest state of our mind, the state of life-love, without any suffering. God's grace. In that sense, if there are beings we encounter in our lives that torment us, those beings are indeed beings we wish would disappear forever from our sight. But on the other hand, we should think of them as very grateful beings that help us discover our essence, life-love. That is what religion calls God's grace, because without them, we would never be able to know the identity of the I-ego hidden deep in our minds. The mental obstacles and resistance we encounter in our lives can be said to be because of the I. This obstacle and resistance are the cause of the pain and suffering of all our human minds. We must remove this obstacle. This is our human destiny. We humans also have the ability to escape from them. And when we are finally liberated from the confinement of the I, we will finally be able to become one with our essence, life-love, and fully enjoy a life of love, freedom, and harmony. So from now on, let's embark on a journey of exploration to see how we can overcome the obstacles of the I-ego and find the hidden jewel, life, love, by thinking about the numerous relationships that can occur in the human world one by one. The best way to find love life, the process of finding our essence, love life, is, simply put, a process of cultivation. Then, are there any methods in that process of cultivation? Of course there are. This method has been used by many people for a long time, and it is contemplation, understanding, and patience. It is the process of watching, understanding, and enduring the movements of one's own mind, as if watching a play. This is the essence of being born again. But what you may be curious about here is how cultivation can be achieved just by contemplating, understanding, and patience. I can assure you it definitely becomes cultivation. Let's explain it simply. Let's say a person is taking a bath in a bathhouse, and let's call that person the I. There is a small hole in the bathhouse door. Right now, that person is taking a bath inside the bathhouse, moving freely in various ways. Then, when they realize that someone is watching through the hole in the door, their actions become restricted. They can no longer move as they please. That's right. The I also cannot act as it pleases if someone is watching from the outside. It acts as it pleases because no one is watching, and it is left to its own devices. If we do not control this, we must suffer countless pains. If left to its own devices, the I only causes disharmony such as war, struggle, conflict, jealousy, misunderstanding, and oppression in this world. Therefore, for a life of life, love, harmony, and freedom, we must somehow control the I and make it a slave to our essence, life. Only then can we use the world of experience called the I to create a life of love, harmony, and freedom in this world. So, from now on, let's take a step closer to the path of seeing the I-ego correctly and finding love life. For this, a more specific approach is needed. So, from now on, I will explore the path to finding love life with more specific examples. First, let's classify the items of the main structures that make up our minds, and then proceed in that order. Human relationships, material things, money, language, knowledge, identification, healing the suffering caused by human relationships. In fact, it can be said that most human suffering occurs in relationships with other people. In this section, I would like to develop the story mainly based on my own dating experiences. Dating experience 1. Oh my God. This is a story from when I was deeply in love. Of course, she loved me very much too. One day, I made a promise to meet her. On the promised day, I took a city bus for about 30 minutes to go to the meeting place to meet her. She hadn't arrived yet. A little later, she came in. Oh my God! I was shocked. She wasn't alone. She had come with her friends. I sat at the same table, had dinner, and had a simple drink with them. And a little later, she said to me, "I have things to talk about with my friends, so you go first." Oh, damn it. I was very upset. I thought about many things while riding the city bus. How could she do that? What's with bringing friends when her lover has come, and what's with sending me away to talk with her friends? I just couldn't understand. My heart was in pain. I thought about the reason carefully. The reason I was upset was not because of her, but because of me. I was upset because my desire was not fulfilled. So the problem was with me, who believed I would have a sweet time with her. The world is constantly changing. It is possible for her to bring her friends. Imagining a sweet time with her is not reality, but an illusion of the future. The only truth is the existence that is happening now. Everything else is an illusion. My I-ego in my mind, which did not see this truth and only believed and expected the illusion of the mind, was hurt. As I contemplated the painful heart like this and understood the reason for the pain in my heart disappeared before I knew it. So, the awake consciousness that watches the I that feels pain, that is, life, is our essence. The pain is only felt by the I in my mind that went with desire. Let's talk about a more realistic story. Let's say your beloved lover of several years left you and went to someone else. How would your heart feel? You would really feel like dying. You wouldn't be able to work. You wouldn't be able to study, and you would struggle to forget the pain by drinking. There are even people who commit suicide to forget the pain. Those who have experienced it know the pain. That feeling of wanting to die and the pain of a broken heart, but that doesn't mean you will die. Life does not die. Only the heart hurts. Let's analyze the reason for the pain here. If you had not dated him, would your heart hurt? Even if your lover died in a car accident right in front of you, if you lost all your memories at that moment, would your heart hurt? Hey, stop talking nonsense. He's not my lover, so why would it hurt? That's right. It wouldn't hurt. The reason your heart hurts is because the various experiences you had while dating him, mainly sweet experiences, and the attachment to those experiences are hurt. Experience is the past and memory. That is what is said to be hurting. The feeling of a broken heart, the feeling of dying, is limited to the mind. That doesn't mean you will die. Life still surrounds you. Just as the sky remains, even if the clouds in the sky go away, your eternal reality, life, is alive and well. As time passes, the clouds also flow and change. Do not hold on to it as if it were eternal. If you become aware of your reality, life, you can overcome the pain more easily. Never escape into alcohol, drugs, or death. Contemplate the pain and endure it. It will soon disappear. That's where the saying, "you mature as much as you hurt," comes from. It's not just a lyric in a popular song. Dating experience 2, double eyelid surgery. There was another incident. She had double eyelid surgery without telling me. Before, her eyelids were on the verge of forming a crease, but she had surgery. I met her one day, and while I was with her, I kept feeling like I was sitting with a different woman. No, this is not the woman I used to date. I was distressed. I loved her for her image before the surgery, and I couldn't help but be flustered when that image changed overnight. That night, I contemplated my painful heart again and thought about the reason carefully. It's because my image of her, that is, my experience, cannot accept the present existence. If I had met her for the first time after she had eye surgery, I would not have had any pain. The memory of her is the past and is already dead. The present truth is her current appearance, that is, her with double eyelids. So I erased her previous image from my mind and accepted her new appearance as it was. The process was very painful for me, but through that process, I was finally able to be liberated from the attachment of the I ego to her past image. I was liberated from the past. Dating experience 3, the breakup with her. It was the time of our first breakup when I unilaterally ended our love that seemed like it would last forever. Driving to Seoul, I buried myself in the music I used to enjoy while thinking of her and soothed the pain of our breakup, thinking about destroying the precious times I had endured for so long in a whirlwind of countless emotions such as anxiety, heartache, joy and sadness, longing and regret, hatred and anger, forgiveness and compassion. With my own hands, my heart completely collapsed, and a sadness that had not been soothed for over 10 years gushed out like a fountain from an abyss whose end I could not see. Tears flowed. They flowed down my cheeks. I looked into my mind. There was nothing there. It was empty. In the middle of that emptiness, some energy that had been clumped up was melting. It was the I ego in my mind. The lump of attachment to her was melting. Along with the pain, I also felt something like ecstasy. I felt the pain of no longer being able to have a sweet time with her, and the ecstasy of no longer having to suffer the pain of love at the same time. Life seemed to be full of paradoxes. I continued to contemplate my mind. My mind was filled with a mixture of pain and ecstasy, but my awake consciousness, life, which was contemplating it, was unshaken. I was still alive. Being alive was completely unchanged. Only the mind was hurting. Pain was in the mind, and my consciousness, which was looking at the pain, was separate. Consciousness had no pain. Pain was only in the mind. When I arrived in Seoul, I was in a very peaceful state of mind. My mind had become desolate, as if a storm had swept through it, but on the other hand, it was truly calm and quiet, a state of absolute solitude, an empty state. At that moment, I could glimpse my own essence, life-love. Through the methods of contemplation, understanding, and patience, I was born again. I was reborn. The cause of the pain was my attachment to her. It is just an experience. That is the I ego. Life lives only in the pure present. Life is change itself, so it does not stay in the past for a moment. Like a constantly flowing river. Look at animals. They have no trace of the past. When a child dies, the sadness is only for that moment, and the next day they are active again. But look at us humans. When a child dies, we cannot escape the pain for months or even years. Humans are ruining their present lives with the past. The past is dead. Do not live in the past. But most people live in the past. If you have 10 billion won, that is also the past. If a person with 10 billion won is comfortable now, the cause of that comfort is also in the past. He is living in the past now. Then one day, if all 10 billion won is gone, his past is also gone, and he, who was living depending on the past, commits suicide because he has lost his place to depend on. Die to the past every day. Only then can you be reborn anew every day. Tomorrow's sun will rise tomorrow. Never despair. Don't you have the power of life, love, and eternal energy? If your lover has left, say goodbye in pain. If they are someone who will leave you, do not have any lingering feelings for them. That person is not someone who can stay by your side even in trials. Be glad that they left early. What is love life? Here, it is necessary to mention more about love. Let's continue with what I couldn't say before. Love is difficult. Why? Because every human has a subjective world called the self. As long as the I ego, the collection of experiences, is in love, there are bound to be conflicts and struggles. As long as we meet not as life, our essence, but as the I, the collection of experiences that arose as we grew up, all humans cannot become one. Because the I is different for all 100 out of 100 people, depending on the environment they grew up in. For that reason, even the most loving couples cannot avoid conflicts and fights. To make the explanation easier, I will use an analogy again. Here is water, and there are cider, cola, and Fanta. Let's say water is life, and cider, cola, and Fanta are different people. We all have life. Because of that life, various experiences have accumulated. Thus, they have become different colas, ciders, and fantasy. However, the essence of these three is water. Only different coloring has been added. But people know that coloring as their essence. In fact, that coloring came into being as they grew up. Originally, our essence is water, that is, love life. We must not forget this fact. We constantly fight and have conflicts because we do not know this fact. Water accepts everything. Thus, it can become cola or cider. Let's use another analogy and say that life is sand. We can build a castle with sand, and we can also build a tower. But people do not know that their essence is sand and think that a castle or a tower is their true self. That is why they insist on the appearance of a castle or a tower for their whole lives and cannot abandon it. If we knew that we could become any appearance, we could have any job, do any work, and accept any appearance. It is the same between lovers. When we love someone, in most cases, we are loving an image we have in our minds, not truly loving the other person. For example, if you like someone and then one day they do something that goes against your image of them, you break up with them or come to hate them. You married that person because you liked their slender body, but if that woman becomes fat a few years later, you can no longer like that person. That is not loving the other person, but loving your own image. You come to dislike them because that image has changed. There are also people who say they broke up with someone they liked so much because of a piece of red pepper stuck in their teeth. That is not loving the other person as they are, but only loving their own mind that likes things to be neat and sophisticated. If you truly love the other person, you must be able to love their existence as they are. Blowing your nose and farting are the existence of all people. You must be able to love even that. As it is, that is truth. A person with a triangular mind is fine when the other person is a triangle, but if a square or a circle suddenly comes out of the other person, they clash here and there. Then they eventually break up. Our essence is not a triangle or a square, nor is it a circle. Our essence, life, has no shape. It is just energy itself. Therefore, it can embrace all shapes. That is true love. That is why, when mental suffering arises from conflict or clashes with people, we must know that the cause is in the I ego, deny that I, and follow our essence, love life. The process of contemplation requires great patience. It is also accompanied by pain. You want your wife to only do housework at home, but if your wife wants to work outside, and if your wife can be happy that way, deny the I in your mind and support your wife's happiness. When your wife becomes happy, that happiness will come back to you. If your wife is not happy, you cannot be happy either. Love is about making the other person grow, be free and be happy. There are countless other relationships with people, but let's stop here and move on to the next. Healing the suffering caused by material things. To live in the world, we need material things and money. Therefore, modern people strive, struggle, and compete to obtain them. In that process, they engage in countless discords, misunderstandings, conflicts, and fights. Material things and money, which are means of living, act as masters, and humans are reduced to their slaves. So why have we humans come to this point? Look at children! They have little interest in material things and money. As long as they have something to eat and someone to play with, that is enough for them. As those children get older, they start to demand more and more. The more they see, the more they want to have. Then they also learn the value of money. Seeing adults freely buying things they want with money, they are gradually drawn into the magic of money. In childhood, if you gave them money and a toy, they would take the toy first, but at some point they start to take money rather than toys. Why does this happen? As I said before, it is because our mind, the collection of experiences, has a gravitational pull as a mass of energy. Something once experienced has a gravitational pull to maintain itself, and that becomes desire and greed. The natives of remote parts of Africa have never seen the benefits of civilization, so they cannot have desires for them. There is a reason why the crime rate is high among modern urban youth. If you investigate the children who commit crimes, most of them are from poor families. They want to do what they have experienced, but they don't have money, so they commit crimes for money. The desire of the mind is the cause. The main culprit is the I ego, because of gold. There was a famous Western movie a long time ago about searching for gold. At the end of the movie, the main characters discover a gold mine, and while they are all intoxicated with gold and frantically putting it in their pockets, the native owners of the place appear and start shooting at them. But the people other than the protagonist did not think of escaping and were holding out to get even one more piece of gold. Then, most of the people except for the protagonist died there. If they had escaped quickly, they could have survived, but they brought about their own death because their eyes were blinded by gold. At that moment, they failed to contemplate their own minds that were attached to gold and became slaves to the desires of the I. If the whole world were made of gold and people did not attach any value to gold, such a thing would not have happened. Because they had a lot of experience with the value of gold while living, it acted as a desire. Of course, that does not mean that everything experienced develops into a desire. If the awake consciousness, life, can control it, it is not a big problem. But most people are dominated by such experiences. A brand new car scratched all over. Let's say you bought a new car for the first time, and when you woke up, you found that someone had scratched it all over horribly. How would you feel? You would really go crazy. You would want to find the culprit and beat them to a pulp. It's the same for everyone. But there are people who forget the pain quickly, and there are people who spend several days in anger. But there is something we need to consider here. Everything in this world changes. That new car will also become a wreck someday. But most people are not willing to admit the fact that everything changes. A beloved mother has passed away. Then you must accept it meekly. Everyone knows the fact that people die someday. The next day, you should be able to live a normal, vibrant life. Because yesterday is already gone. What hurts is the I, the collection of experiences, not our essence, life. If a person loses their memory the moment their mother dies, they will not feel any pain. Memory is the past and experience. If he had no experience of his mother, his heart would not hurt. Even if we lose our memory, our essence, life, still exists. It is the same. A new car cannot exist as a new car forever. The present truth is the fact that the car is scratched. That is existence. Only what is as it is true. The new car was already the past. The new car is in that person's memory. Do not see the present with the past. You cannot see the truth. Life only lives in the pure present. Even if the mirror reflected a new car yesterday, when it reflects a scratched car today, it does not recall the new car of yesterday as a memory and compare it to the present. The mirror just purely accepts the present as it is. As it is, that is the only truth. And if that new car was not your car but your neighbor's car, would your heart have hurt? You would not have felt much pain. The pain was created by the concept that it was my car. That concept is the past and memory. That concept is the I ego. This is a story from when the great monk Wonyo went to study in the Tang dynasty with the great monk Uisang. As it got dark while they were on their way, the two found a cave-like place and spent the night there. While sleeping soundly, Wonyo woke up thirsty. Looking around for water, Wonyo found water in a gourd-like container and drank it deliciously. The next morning, Wonyo woke up thirsty and looked for the gourd he had drunk from the day before. At that moment, he was shocked. The water he had drunk so deliciously the day before was rotten water from a skull. Wonyo suddenly felt like vomiting. At that moment, Wonyo had a sudden realization. He realized that the reason he suddenly felt nauseous was because of his own concept, that is, the thought of yesterday's past and the rotten water from a skull. Ultimately, Wonyo's own past thoughts intruded on the present and caused nausea. If he had seen the skull gourd again after losing his memory, he would not have felt anything. That's right. Life is a continuous flow. It does not stay in the past. Do not be bound by the experience of the dead past. Do not ruin your present life with the past. To do so, whenever we feel the pain of the mind in any situation, we must contemplate our own minds and examine the cause of the pain. We will be able to discover that the cause is all in the I. Then we can remove the pain of the mind. This method leaves no stress at all. Why? Because the root cause of the pain has been removed. Ultimately, we do not need to be hurt by external things or money. We are here and material things and money are out there. It makes no sense for something outside to hurt our minds inside. Nevertheless, the reason we experience heartache is because we store external things in our experience and cling to them as if they were real. Material things and money are just a means. Do not let the means become the master. The master is the person. Material things and money are good things. They are essential for us to improve the standard and quality of our lives. Earn money using your limbs and head through the life force given to you. If you are unemployed, find a new job. If you have no skills, learn new ones. If you search, you will find. Who will open the door if you do not knock? It will be difficult, but try. Healing the suffering caused by language. We humans think constantly, and we act. So what do we think with? Isn't it very curious? What do we humans think through? Think about it carefully. It is language. Before learning to speak, we might think with pictures or feelings. We dream with images like a movie. It is a very primitive state. But when we are awake, and we have already learned and can use language, we almost always think with words. It may be difficult to understand. Tonight, before you go to sleep, think quietly. Can you develop a thought without using words? It will probably be almost impossible. The reason we humans are greater than other animals is because of this thing called language. It can also be said that all the benefits of civilization were possible through reason. It is language that made human logical thinking possible. Because without language, thought is impossible. All the ideologies and thoughts, such as capitalism and socialism, that have thrown this world into war are also language. If there were no words or letters in this world, where could such doctrines or thoughts be transmitted and asserted? It would be impossible. In this way, our minds are filled with the names that express almost all the things and beings that exist in this world. That is, languages. Koreans have Korean in them, English-speaking people have English in them, and Chinese and Japanese people have Chinese and Japanese in them, respectively. So the people of each country think and act in different languages. Koreans say I am Korean. The Japanese say I am Japanese. Americans say I am American. It is thought that distinguishes each other in this way. And so they fight. You are Japanese. I am Korean. I am American. In fact, if the whole world were integrated into one country, there would be no fights between countries. Appearances can be made similar through surgery. Then there is no reason to fight at all. Let's take a closer example. Fights between regions. Let's say there are two regions called Jeollado and Gyeongsangdo. These two regions are fiercely competitive not only in sports but in all aspects. But one day, a fight broke out between the two regions during a soccer match. There were about 100 casualties. How can this phenomenon be explained? A truly incomprehensible situation has occurred. There is no reason to fight at all. They fought because they were bound by the experience of, you are from Jeollado and I am from Gyeongsangdo. Our regions are different. In fact, if the people of the two regions moved to each other's regions, there would be no reason to fight. If those people all had amnesia at the moment of the fight, they would wonder, why are we gathered here like this? Or if Gyeongsangdo and Jeollado were combined and renamed Hwehado or Pyeongwado, would the conflict between the two regions continue? Ultimately, the cause of the fight was the experience of, I am from a certain region. It is just language. This experience is the past, memory, and is dead. This dead thing is ruining our present living lives. This collection of experiences is the I-ego. It is by no means love. Let's take another simple example of how much language torments our lives. Do you want to die? An American who had been living in Korea for 10 years took a city bus, but an incident occurred on the bus. A few Korean college students saw the American and started saying things among themselves that were very embarrassing even for Koreans to hear. The American, who had been listening to them for a while, suddenly changed his expression, approached the students and said, "Do you want to die?" The college students had spoken carelessly, thinking the American didn't know Korean. Here we can think about this. What if the American didn't know Korean at all? He probably wouldn't have been offended at all. If the American had cursed at the college students in an African language, would the students have been offended? They probably wouldn't have shown any reaction. What's wrong with that guy? They would have just stared blankly. This is it. Language takes root in our minds as experience and forms the I. Language is something we learned through education as we grew up, not something we were born with. It is an illusion, not a reality. It is not our essence. Don't open the gate if you don't want to. When we hear insults from others, we immediately interpret them. If it is in Korean, since we know the language, we interpret it on the spot and our emotions are triggered. Thus we fight with each other and even kill people. At that time, what if we didn't know Korean? Nothing would happen. Try insulting children who don't know the language. They will show no reaction at all. Let's say there are 50 students in a classroom and someone says, "Cheolsu, you son of a bitch." Then who would be offended? Only the child named Cheolsu would be offended. Then if all 50 had the name Cheolsu, they would all be offended. But in fact, no one needs to be offended. Why? Because a name is not our essence, but something temporarily attached for convenience. A name can be changed. A name is not an unchanging reality. A name is a name, and I am me. A name is also an experience. If no one had given me a name or called me by it, I would be a nameless being. A name is just an experience. Why should the mirror be hurt because of the shadow in the mirror? Why should our essence, life, be hurt because of the I, the collection of experiences? There is absolutely no need for that. Our suffering arises from mistaking the I ego for our essence. Thus, language occupies a very large part of the elements that make up our minds, and we humans live under its immense influence. That is why we can easily offend someone if we just set our minds to it. Just one curse word is enough. If we live knowing our essence not as life love, but as the I, the collection of experiences, we cannot avoid constantly suffering mental pain from the world. As long as we do not leave the human world, we have no choice but to live mentally battered every day. In fact, when someone comes to our house, we check who they are, and if they are someone we don't need to open the door for, we don't. Isn't that right? But we leave the gate of our minds wide open for anyone to enter, no matter who insults us. It is truly incomprehensible. From now on, never accept unwanted insults, just as you wouldn't open the door when an unwanted person comes. In short, if you have mental suffering due to language in any situation, immediately contemplate the pain in your mind and recognize that the cause of the pain is your illusion, the collection of experiences, that is, the I. Then you can soon be free from the pain. For a moment, your heart will ache. It is very painful to endure the desire to punch the other person, and instead look at your own mind and soothe the pain. Just as the smell is terrible when you peel an onion, the process of peeling the shell of the I must also go through the smell of pain. Ugh, I'm so pissed off! It is truly tormenting to endure that feeling. But through such pain and endurance, the I ego slowly dies. Escaping from the attraction of the I requires that much effort. Without sacrifice, there can be no fruit. Healing the suffering caused by identification. Everyone has a mechanism called identification at work. That is, the phenomenon of thinking of oneself as a certain kind of being. For example, I am good at studying, I am good at singing, I am kind, I am poor, I am the president, I am a famous celebrity, etc. All of these correspond to identification. But the problem is not in that itself, but in the fact that one can be hurt by that thought. Someone says to a person who thinks they are good at singing, "You call that singing?" Then that person will suddenly be shocked in their heart, and their facial expression will contort. And someone acted rudely to a person who is currently the president, not recognizing them. "Hey, who do you think you are? How can you just throw away tissues here?" Then he will become angry, thinking to himself, "How dare you to me, the president?" I have had a similar experience before. The tennis match. I had been playing tennis for a long time and was quite good at it, so I had the thought that I am good at tennis, but one day I played a singles match with a friend who was not good at tennis, and I lost absurdly. I lost to a guy like that. It's absurd. The wound to my pride at that time is really hard to express in words. So let's think about this for a moment. Let's consider whether the wound caused by identification is natural or absurd. People are constantly changing. A person who was good at singing can become a person who is not good at singing. If they join a group of people who are better at singing, a president can become a farmer if they leave their position and farm, and a poor person can become rich if they work hard and earn money. It is all a temporary appearance, not that person's eternal appearance. A tennis match can be won or lost. The problem is with myself, who thinks I will always win. We are all, in fact, nothing. No matter how famous a person is, if you strip them naked in a bathhouse, they are all the same human being. That is our essence. All other identifications are things that have arisen through experience as we grew up. If we forget all the memories of those experiences right now, we are all just beings that are nothing other than being alive itself. If you look at it, we humans are nothing, an existence itself that cannot be named. That is our true self. Where is good at singing? President, good at studying, kind, famous celebrity, poor, and good at tennis there? It's absurd talk. It has all arisen through experience. It is an illusion. It is not our essence. We are all suffering mental pain because of that illusion. If you are a graduate of Harvard University, that is enough. But if you identify yourself with Harvard University, problems arise from then on. Someone says, Harvard graduates are too selfish. Then he is immediately hurt in his heart. In fact, there is no reason to be hurt. We can think of such a case. Harvard University could change its name. You could go to another university instead of Harvard University. He could lose his memory. Then he would not be hurt in his heart at all. These are all phenomena that have occurred from mistaking one's own experience for one's essence. Our essence is being alive life itself, not experience. If we live without knowing this, we have no choice but to live with our hearts being hurt every day. So far, we have looked at how to find love life. In this process, we have learned the following. The suffering of our minds originates from the mind, the collection of experiences, and to be free from the suffering of the mind, we must contemplate our own minds and accurately find the cause of the pain, and at the same time, we must soothe the pain ourselves. If we do so, no suffering will become stress, and even a person who has hurt us will never be hated. Why? Because we know that the cause of all suffering originates from the I ego, and we turn the responsibility for the pain to ourselves. This process is truly lonely. In this loneliness, we humans can mature. If our essence, life love, becomes the master and endures, we can definitely do it. Like a salmon swimming upstream. Then what will ultimately happen to us? As I mentioned briefly before, the I ego is like an onion. Peel an onion. If you peel and peel, in the end, nothing is left. The I ego, the collection of experiences, also has countless layers of various desires, such as the desire for people, the desire for money, the desire for material things, the desire for status, the desire for honor, and the desire for knowledge. And if you peel off the shells of those desires, one by one, in the end, nothing is left. In that place, only love life meanders. This is the way to discover love life. The process is similar to a salmon, swimming upstream against the current to find its source. The process of finding the home of our life, which we lost at some point, also requires a swim that can move against the tamed I. And when we finally understand all the desires in our minds and peel off their shells, we can finally become one with our essence, life love. If you master life itself, life becomes the master and can control the I at will. The I has been our master for so long that taming it is not an easy task. But if you keep pushing, the day will come when you can control it at will. Then we can live a life like nature, which is freedom, love, and harmony itself. Like a child, we can live a free and unrestrained life, always fresh, innocent, pure, and natural, without despairing in any hardship or failure. Like a surfer, surfing the waves to their heart's content, we will be able to enjoy life to the fullest. This is the life of life love. The saying, "Man is the Lord of all creation," will be possible only at such a time. Part 2. The Self-Healing Through Contemplation. Contemplation is the best method to escape the domination of the illusion called ego and be eternally liberated from the suffering of the mind. 1. Healing the suffering caused by human relationships. Human relationships stir up the dust and specks settled in the spring of love life, becoming an opportunity to make us aware of the I-ego hidden in our minds. The pain of that I-breaking is the suffering experienced in human relationships, just as a chick must go through the pain of breaking its own shell. To emerge from the egg, that suffering is the process of our false shell breaking, and the truth being revealed, that is chaos. Chaos is an inevitable process of growth and change. Healing suffering in a relationship with a lover. Countless diverse encounters exist in this world, but among them, the encounter that is most meaningful and problematic for many is surely that between a man and a woman. That encounter can even change a person's life. Especially the encounter of a man and a woman in love leaves its after effects not only on themselves, but also on their surroundings. As Schopenhauer said, when a man and a woman of different personalities meet and fall into the illusion and delusion of love, it may be due to the instinct of species preservation for a more characteristically complete second generation. In that process, the parties involved sacrifice themselves for the second generation, even while suffering countless clashes and conflicts due to personality differences. Then, when they emerge from the illusion and delusion of love, they feel they have been possessed and deceived by something. Why did I ever come to like such a woman or man? However, there is a purpose in it. Our omnipotent life chooses the right path for itself for its own evolution. We are unknowingly drawn to that choice. That becomes each person's destiny. In such a process, we experience all sorts of changes and suffering. The reason we experience so much suffering in our relationships with lovers is to enable us to discover true love within that suffering. Suffering accompanies love because there is attachment. Suffering is a kind warning from life to sever that attachment. It is a consideration from life to lead us to true love, a love without attachment. Nevertheless, if we fail to learn the lesson from suffering and continue to be attached, that love will lead to unhappiness. True love is guiding the other person to awaken to reality. The love spoken of when falling in love is nothing but attachment. When one falls into the delusion and illusion of love, one cannot see reality properly. Attachment makes a person unrealistic. An attached love is blind, unable to see reality, and binds the other person, thus inevitably causing suffering. It breaks the harmony and balance not only with oneself, but also with one's surroundings. However, true love is the middle way, the clearest reality and a sober reality. Love is the process of coming to know clear reality. It is the process of becoming an independent, true adult. As long as one is attached, one cannot see reality. That is not love. It is loving the I-ego within oneself, not truly loving the other person. Rather, it is binding the other person and hindering their growth. The reason we cannot strongly point out the wrong actions of our beloved is because of the fear, what if they leave my side, and self-attachment. That is not love. Love is guiding the other person to awaken to true reality. Therefore, when a lover behaves unrealistically, you must scold them strongly. If you truly love your lover, you must help them grow, so that they can navigate reality on their own, even if you leave their side. It is like parents raising a child. Teaching a child true reality, raising the rod, or scolding for their sake is a heartbreaking thing for a parent, but it is an act of love to enable the child to navigate the harsh world alone in the future. For that to happen, there must be no attachment to the lover. If you fear the lover leaving, you can never scold their unrealistic and wrong actions. If, despite continuous scolding for wrong actions, there is no change in behavior, you must give a stronger shock. You must send an ultimatum, such as a breakup or separation. If your lover truly loves you, they will follow your will. If they do not follow, they do not truly love you. They are merely loving the image in their own mind, an image of "I like you only when you follow my will." That is by no means love. It is nothing but self-attachment. Break up with such a person early on, and thereby give a shock to their attachment. In that process, they will come to realize their own mistakes. To go against the flow of life, that is suffering. True love flows with the whole. It is to be with the flow of this universe and nature. That is the flow of life. Each of our life love originally flows with the entire flow of nature. That is, the entire flow of life. However, because of the I ego within ourselves, we cannot feel that flow. Not being able to be with the overall flow of nature, the overall flow of life, and the resulting gap with the whole. That is the reason for our human suffering. The I, that is the culprit of all suffering. The flow of a river has a definite direction. To swim easily in the river, one just needs to go with the flow of the river. Then one can reach one's desired destination without effort. However, if you cannot feel the flow and continue to go against the current, you will exert a lot of effort, but will never reach your destination. To go against the flow of the river, to go against the flow of life, that is suffering. That is why, while in love with a lover, when the lover keeps going a different way despite your efforts, you should not try to hold on to them forcibly. That, too, in a way, is following the flow of the great river called life. Nevertheless, if you cannot feel it and struggle to hold on to your lover, no matter what, it will only add to the suffering. Dependent and attached relationships give birth to pain and hurt. Most romantic relationships are dependent and attached. Therefore, they cause each other much pain and hurt. That pain and hurt are what teach us that it is a mistaken love, that it is not true love. Therefore, if you feel pain in your relationship with your lover, become aware that there is something wrong with your love. In general, lovers who are in love do not recognize the other as an independent being, but mistake them as a part of themselves and try to control them according to their will. In a dependent and attached relationship, that is a very natural process. However, such a love almost always meets a tragic end, because it is not true love. True love recognizes each other as independent individuals, is not dependent on each other, respects each other's personality, is considerate of each other, and frees each other. So they are one. And yet two and yet one, they are infinitely grateful to each other and mature further through each other. To achieve this, when any suffering arises between lovers, they must work together to reveal the identity of that suffering and move toward true love. When they thus sacrifice their respective I-egos and strive, they will come to master the true meaning of a romantic relationship, the meaning of true love. Healing suffering in a relationship with a wife-husband. To be able to spend a lifetime with someone you love is truly a wonderful thing. The reason God created man and woman must have been with the intention of creating all things. By achieving the harmony of yin and yang, the discontinuity of humanity would not be God's will. If so, becoming a married couple is a truly sacred act of participating in the creative work of the universe. Almost all marital relationships are relationships bound by love. Among the countless men and women in this world, to find the one man and woman for oneself is perhaps like a miracle. In some cases, people even risk their lives. It is too mysterious to be seen as a simple coincidence. But why do we go to such lengths, even risking our lives to find a mate? There is a tremendous secret of the universe hidden there. It is the instinct of existence to return to love, the essence of the universe. The marital relationship is a rite of passage for exploring true love. All beings in this world have an instinct to become one with the whole. We humans are the same. However, uniquely in humans, there is something called the I ego that has arisen as we grew up, preventing us from being aware of our original state of life-love, because the I tries to maintain its existence through desire and attachment. Countless sufferings are bound to follow. The reason we desire love so much is to escape from the suffering of this I and return to love, because only in love can we finally enjoy happiness and peace. Therefore, becoming a married couple is ultimately a rite of passage for exploring true love. Nevertheless, most couples seem to fall into boredom after a few years of marriage and stop exploring each other. Boredom occurs when each person comes to possess the other. At that point, they are merely a place of reliance for each other. Then the object dies. It becomes just an object. There is no longer any tension or vitality. Therefore, true exploration is absolutely impossible. In a relationship of possession, in fact, for a man and a woman, each other is an unknown world. Becoming a married couple is the meeting of an unknown world with an unknown world. Nevertheless, after a few years, couples act as if they know everything about each other and stop exploring further. They live habitually with the existing image of that kind of woman, that kind of man. It is natural for life to become boring. To explore an unknown world, one must have challenge, courage, and passion. When something new appears, sometimes one must fight, sometimes one must observe with curiosity, and sometimes one must greet it with joy. To do so, one must always be awake to the other person. Your wife-husband is always new. They are not the person they were yesterday. They are always changing, just as everything in this world is always changing. Nevertheless, you always look at them with the same eyes. You see your wife-husband through the eyes of the past, because you live habitually, because you have stopped exploring. Your wife-husband has a different upbringing, different experiences, and a different gender from you. Therefore, each other's I is also different. The reason couples constantly argue is because of each other's I. A person who grew up in a wealthy family and a person who grew up in a poor family react differently in the same situation. When a person who grew up wealthy wants luxurious food and a person who grew up poor wants simple food, it is wrong for them to argue over it. Between a married couple, everything should be an object of exploration, not simply an object of argument. Of course, there are times when they argue, but that argument should be an argument for exploration. In that way, they must constantly learn about and understand each other's I. He has this side to him. She has that side to her. However, most couples only argue endlessly with each other's I. Arguing is the purpose. Satisfying the desires of the I is the purpose. They are only satisfied when they win. Then, from a certain day, they stop even such arguments and just get by. As long as they don't cause any particular harm to each other, they live indifferently. There is no tension or vitality there. They exist for each other only as a convenience and a tool for living. That is not a true relationship. A love that seeks to possess the other is not love. A love that seeks to possess the other is not love. It is attachment. Your I knows only attachment. That attachment gives birth to suffering. If your wife-husband wants to continue her life as an actress, actively support it. If your wife-husband enjoys her life and is happy, her attachment to you will decrease accordingly. Then, as your wife-husband becomes freer, you also become freer. Because women's liberation is men's liberation. Never be attached to the other person. Attachment only makes each other suffer. True love is meeting the love life within the other person, beyond each other's I. It is to free each other so that each can fully blossom their own individuality. Such a couple is two and yet one. Two candles exist separately, but they become one through each other's light, that is love. Your wife-husband is an independent individual, a life. All life wants freedom and dislikes confinement. Attachment confines the other person. Then your wife-husband suffers because of you. When that suffering accumulates, your wife-husband rebels and resists you. It is the desperate cry of your wife's husband's life to regain its freedom. Therefore, if your wife-husband shows rebellion and resistance to you, it is evidence that they need your love. At that time, look into the attachment of the I in your mind and give love to your wife-husband. A complete understanding of your wife. Husband is a complete understanding of yourself. A true marital relationship must be active. You must fight when you have to fight. I'm not saying you should use violence. In the process of exploring each other, if there is something you cannot understand, you must understand it through exploration. Within the I-ego are all sorts of emotions and personalities. Foolishness, wisdom, violence, foolishness, meanness, pettiness, fear, cowardice, passion, creativity, generosity, etc. All of these elements become objects of exploration. Constantly explore your wife-husband. They are a world unto themselves. If you fully explore and conquer your wife-husband, then you will come to know what true love is. Then you will learn the secret of why the universe constantly demands that men and women find their own mate. A complete understanding of your wife-husband is also a complete understanding of yourself. It is not something separate. One thing to be careful of here is that you should never criticize or judge the new elements discovered in your partner or yourself from the perspective of good and evil. The energy called I originally came from life-love energy. It did not exist in the beginning. It came into being through experience as one grew up. It is merely a transformation of life energy. Therefore, if you come to understand it through exploration, it will become a beautiful material that adorns the blue sky like a cloud. The elements of your wife-husband that are different from you will bring tension and vitality to your life. If everyone in this world had the same talents, personality, and emotions, how monotonous our lives would be. Therefore, do not miss any emotion or thought you encounter in the process of exploring yourself and your wife-husband. Continue to follow that flow. Continue to explore the I within your wife-husband. Never reject the other's I or dwell on the temporary appearance of the other's I. That is by no means the true appearance of your wife-husband. It is merely the thoughts or emotions of your wife-husband at a particular moment. Then one day you will discover love within your wife-husband. You will discover the love within you. That is our eternal essence, life-love. Now you have become life itself, so you will live a life of love, freedom, and harmony. You will move beyond individual love and become the love of all people. Healing suffering in a relationship with parents-children. Wanting to have wonderful children is likely the wish of all parents. However, the reality is that it is not as easy as one might hope. One can keenly feel this fact. When seeing that the children of those in positions of teaching others, such as teachers, pastors, and professors, often become problem children, if so, how can we raise our children to be fine adults and whole members of society? First, parents themselves must mature and become true adults. To do so, they must know what true love is. However, most parents are dominated by the I ego and thus tend to guide their children according to the desires of the I. A child is not a parent's possession. The I ego is formed by the accumulation of one's experiences growing up, so it contains things like unresolved regrets for what one could not achieve, as well as numerous fixed ideas one has accepted. It is very subjective. Nevertheless, parents, based on such experiences, force their own wishes upon their children or try to teach them according to their own fixed ideas. If there is something they think is good, they force it upon their children as well. The child must follow the parents' desires. If they do not, the parents become angry with the child. Such parents think of their children as their own possessions. Therefore, if the child does not do as they wish, they even resort to violence. However, a child is not a parent's possession. Although they were born into this world through their parents, it was not the parents who gave them life. The parents merely served as a channel for their birth. Unless a parent sculpted the child with their own hands, a child can never be the parent's possession. The fact that a sperm and an egg met in the mother's womb and grew into a living being is the work of life-love. The life within the mother's body performed that mysterious function. A child can never be made by the hands of parents. A child is a child of life, a child of God. The parents merely provided the sperm and egg in love, according to the will of life. Therefore, parents must never treat their children as their own possessions. They are merely entrusted with raising a child of God. Therefore, they have a duty to nurture their abilities and talents always in love. That is the sole responsibility of a parent. To fulfill that responsibility, one must know what love is. Love is giving without any conditions. To do so, one must not be dominated by the desires of the I. The I seems to give love, but it is always expecting something in return, because it is attachment. That is why most parents, in proportion to what they have given, force their desires upon their children. That coercion works to some extent when the children are young. However, by the time the children reach adolescence, they already face rebellion. This is because life itself has the attributes of love, freedom, and harmony, and if someone confines and oppresses its freedom, it tries to maintain itself according to the law of self-preservation. Seen in that light, the rebellious and aggressive behavior of adolescents can be said to be the cry of life. To win their own freedom and stand alone, it is a necessary process for maturation. Parents must understand this fact, that life always pursues freedom and love, and that life dislikes any confinement and oppression that is not love. Deal with your child's faults calmly. However, when children go down the wrong path, you must deal with it calmly. Never react with emotion, but advise and scold in love, so that the child can understand for themselves. Sometimes they may not understand the parent's scolding well, but as time passes and the child gets older, a day will come when they understand why their parents did that to them. That is why patience is needed in love. At this time, there are parents who cannot scold their child's faults and just let it pass, or who unwillingly give in to their child's unreasonable demands. That is because the parents are attached to the child. When you become attached, you are dragged along by the object of your attachment, because you are afraid of losing them. That is not love. Even if what a child demands is unreasonable, giving them everything they want is by no means love. It only serves to spoil the child. The child will only become more and more dependent on the parents. If that happens, the child cannot stand alone. They cannot mature. They will lose the opportunity to become a true adult. Therefore, parents need to sacrifice the desires of their I ego. That is why true love is accompanied by pain. That pain comes from the sacrifice of the I. In that pain, parents also come to realize true love. If not, and the parents continue to be attached to the child will exploit that weakness and constantly torment you. The parents. They will constantly demand something. If that demand is frustrated, they will even threaten the parents. In such a case, parents must never yield to such unreasonable demands from their children. They must stand firm, even at the risk of their lives. They must be prepared for the child's death. Without letting go of attachment to the child, such a resolution would be a pain-like death. However, in such suffering, the attachment of the I will end. In that pain, the parents themselves will finally come to know what true love is, and be able to mature into true adults. That is why Gandhi also said this: "If my beloved son were to live a life of disgrace, I would not help him to continue that life by continuing to support him. On the contrary, my love would demand that I withdraw all support for him, and if my son were to die as a result, so be it. And because of this love, if he repents his wrongs, I will embrace him and welcome him. However, I will not use physical force to compel my son to be good." In my opinion, this kind of love seems to be the lesson taught by the story of the prodigal son. Only when you sever attachment can you truly love. Life love, if the other person restrains its freedom with attachment, persistently digs into that attachment and continues to inflict pain until the other person lets go of the attachment on their own. And when the other person realizes their attachment in that suffering and lets it go, only then does it leave their side. Like a worker who has finished their task because it has regained its freedom. When parents sever their attachment to their child, they can then truly love their child. When they sever their attachment to their child, they begin to see objectively what is right and wrong in their child's behavior. Then, by encouraging what is right and scolding what is wrong, they can teach their child true reality. If they do so, the child will rather come to respect the parents. If not, and they are attached to the child and restrain and oppress the child's life, the child will torment the parents by acting in complete opposition to their wishes. It is a form of retaliation by the child's life against the parent's I. Such parents are ignored by their children and receive no respect. They will exist for their children only as a means to an end. On the other hand, a child whose dependence on their parents is frustrated by the parents' loss of attachment will be greatly shocked. Having been dependent on their parents, they will now find their future bleak as they can no longer rely on them. It will come as a very great pain. That is why some children take revenge on the parents who cause them such pain. In some cases, they even kill their parents. This is the tragic end of attachment. However, in fact, that pain is felt by the I within them, their essence. Life will unconsciously feel a sense of liberation and joy, because it has been freed from the parents' confinement and oppression. Since life is omnipotent, it will be painful for now, but they will be able to gradually overcome the difficulty. They will mature as much as they have been hurt. In this way, life evolves toward its purpose, love. It is truly a mystery of life. True love is to awaken the other to reality and help them mature. Therefore, when they make a mistake, you must scold them calmly and guide them to the right path. Because when the parents die, the child must ultimately navigate this world alone. Parents cannot follow their children around for their entire lives. Look at the animal kingdom. They pour out infinite love so that their young can stand alone. They painstakingly teach them how to catch prey, how to deal with enemies, and so on. Nevertheless, if the young do not follow the parents' teachings well, they are simply eliminated. And when the young are able to stand alone to some extent, they calmly send them away. In nature, there are countless lessons like this that we must learn. We must deeply reflect on those lessons. Nurture your children's own colors. Children have various talents, abilities, and aptitudes. They are good at some things and not so good at others. However, most parents and educators want them to be good at everything. They do not see what they are good at, but they especially point out and scold what they are not good at. That is wrong. This nature has given each being its own individuality and talent. It has given each its own color and characteristics, the rose as a rose, the pumpkin as a pumpkin, the pine nut tree as a pine nut tree, and the sunflower as a sunflower. All of them achieve harmony and form a beautiful nature. But if we were to change all the plants on this earth into roses because the rose is beautiful, how monotonous and boring this world would be. Each being is fulfilling its respective role with its own color. They are perfect as they are. If so, our children are also perfect as they are. They also have their own colors. Nurture those colors. Nurture the talents and aptitudes that only your children have. If there is anything parents can do for their children, it is to develop their children's aptitudes and send them unstinting support from behind so that they can grow sufficiently. That is true love. Children who grow up in such love never cause problems in this society, because nothing goes wrong in love. Love sets everything right. This is the mystery of love. The following is an excerpt from Chicken Soup for the Soul. Once upon a time, the animals got together for a meeting. They concluded that they must start some monumental work to cope with the problems of the coming new future. So they planned to build a school. They created a curriculum consisting of subjects such as running, climbing, flying, and swimming. For the convenient progress of the educational schedule, all animals without exception had to study all subjects. The duck showed truly brilliant skill in the swimming subject. In fact, in that subject, the duck was far superior to the teaching instructor. However, the duck barely passed the flying subject, and the running subject was even worse. Because its running score was so low, the duck had to stay after school and learn more, and it had to give up the swimming subject to practice running. As a result of practicing running too much, the duck's webbed feet became tattered, and as a result, it could only get an average score even in the swimming subject. However, since an average score was enough to pass to the next grade at school, no one except the duck thought seriously about the problem. The rabbit started the school year with confidence, taking the lead in the running subject. However, after spending too much time in the water, learning the basics of the swimming subject, the rabbit suffered a nervous breakdown. The squirrel was second to none in the climbing subject. However, in the flying subject, the teacher made them start flying from the top of a tree instead of from the ground, which only increased the squirrel's frustration, and due to excessive flying practice, it often got muscle cramps, and as a result, it got a C even in the climbing subject, and naturally a D in the running subject. The eagle was a problem child, so it had to undergo harsh training. In the climbing subject, the eagle was often pointed out for disturbing other students. By flapping its large wings until it reached the top, the eagle insisted to the teacher that it be allowed to climb to the top of the tree. in its own way, but that insistence was never accepted. As a result, the eagle, which could fly higher than anyone and had excellent gliding ability, was treated as a problem child until graduation. At the end of the school year, an abnormal eel that was good at swimming and could also run, climb, and fly a little got the highest score and was chosen as the student to give the valedictory address at the graduation ceremony. Meanwhile, the prairie dogs living on the Great Plains could not enter school, like the others, because digging and burrowing were not included in the school curriculum. They had to work hard outside of school and still pay taxes related to education regularly. They sent their children to a badger for private tutoring and later joined forces with aardvarks and shrews to start a successful private school. What is the moral of this fable? 2. Healing suffering through psychological analysis. To know who am I, you must look into your own mind, because within our minds lies everything about ourselves. That is the shortcut to understanding oneself. When we fully understand ourselves, only then can we fully understand others. That is love. Healing jealousy. One Sunday morning, I happened to be watching TV, and a program offering counseling on marital problems was on. A woman was discussing her marital issues with a host and a psychiatrist. When the woman spoke about her problems, the host asked the attending doctor for his opinion, and the doctor shared his views. As I watched the doctor give his opinion, I suddenly disliked him without knowing why. An unexplainable jealousy arose. I quietly pondered the reason. Why did I suddenly find him disagreeable? It was a reflection of my own mind. It was a reaction stemming from my own desire to be like him, which I currently was not. It reflected a wish hidden deep in my mind, in my unconscious. Thinking back now, it was hinting at a profession I wanted to pursue. In a way, I found my career path through jealousy. After understanding this fact, when I watched the program again, I felt no jealousy towards the doctor. I could simply be indifferent. Self-understanding through contemplation, this was the best method of healing. My essence, life, love, became the subject, and by contemplating, understanding, and enduring the I-ego, I was able to reclaim love. Self-understanding through contemplation is the supreme method of healing. Originally, our minds can be healed by ourselves through the methods of contemplation, understanding, and patience. It can also be called love. Yet many people are unaware of this fact and commit the folly of entering psychiatric hospitals and frequenting psychiatric clinics, or they live a painful life by inflicting numerous wounds and stresses upon themselves. A few years ago, there were criminal organizations named Magapa and Jijonpa. Their actions at the time, upon reflection, also stemmed from jealousy. They hated the rich because they themselves wanted to become rich, drive fancy cars, and live stylishly, but in reality, they could not. That anger was expressed as a social crime. The few victims, including a woman in a white grandeur, were merely easy targets. They themselves claimed a sense of justice, wanting to correct a flawed society, but if you look into their minds, the incident was nothing more than a projection of their desires. If they had truly thought about social justice, they should have lived a life of burning their youth to contribute to society and helping others with the fruits of their labor. If they had contemplated their own minds and understood this fact, they would not have committed such crimes. Because they failed to do so, that jealousy developed into anger and drove their own lives into an irrecoverable abyss. This happened when I was passionately in love with her. One summer day, I went to the beach in the village where she lived and met her. She was there on vacation with her family. I also liked to swim, but since I had gone without any preparation, I sat under a tent, sometimes watching her swim, and was fully enjoying the atmosphere of the summer sea. But then she stopped swimming and was talking to a man. The man seemed to be a local bachelor. As I watched the scene, an unexplainable jealousy was rising in my mind. I immediately looked into my own mind. There was nothing there. Yet, for some reason, my mind was not at ease. Upon quiet reflection, I realized that the jealousy was caused by the I ego within me that wanted to possess her as my own woman. As I watched my mind while understanding this fact, the uncomfortable feeling disappeared before I knew it. In this way, countless jealousies reside in our minds. They usually lie hidden as if non-existent, but reveal themselves instantly when an opportunity arises. At such times we must be fully alert, and like a snake catcher snatching a snake by the head, we must immediately become aware of our jealousy, so that it does not develop into anger or stress. Then we can be free from the poison of jealousy. Otherwise, we will be bitten by the poison of jealousy and get hurt. Only those who love themselves can love others. If you look closely at jealousy, you will find the desire of the I ego hidden there. That is the I. We can see ourselves in jealousy, and thus we can understand what kind of person we are. This is love. Hurting your own heart is not loving yourself. If you constantly hurt your heart, it accumulates and becomes anger and depression. Such a person has paranoia and is also very aggressive. They cannot love others either. They get angry, furious, and attack, even if others treat them slightly inconsiderately. They are very self-centered. They also constantly criticize others. If you look into their minds, you can see that they themselves never love themselves. That is why the sages say, only those who love themselves can love others. The way to love oneself is to immediately become aware when one's I ego is hurt, and to contemplate, understand, and endure it, even though the heart is in pain, because it cannot attack the other person or blame external factors. If you steadfastly endure, the wound of the I will slowly heal, and you will find that the wound has transformed into love before you know it. Just as the wave is the sea, the I is, in fact, a transformation of life-love energy, healing hatred. Why do we come to hate others? Why do we dislike some people for no reason? We are told to love our enemies. But how can we love someone we hate? It is truly a difficult problem. However, to live in this world, we must address this issue. So why do we hate others? Where does the reason lie? Is it in others or in ourselves? You may be surprised, but the reason lies precisely in the I ego. Hatred is a phenomenon that occurs because one thinks with oneself at the center. The I has various desires and is self-centered. That is why it expects people like family, friends, colleagues, and relatives to treat it well. If a friend treats others well, but leaves you out, the I in our mind will resent that friend. You want them to do this for you, but they do not do as you wish. Then we come to hate that person. The reasons we hate someone are all like this. Hatred is a phenomenon that occurs because one thinks with oneself at the center. It is never because of others. This world is ever changing. We cannot control the world. The world is mostly beyond our control, yet we wish for the world to go our way. This is especially true for people. But people change according to the situation. They never move as we wish. Therefore, our expectations often crumble. That expectation, the desire of the I, is the reason we come to hate others. The cause of hatred, in the end, lies within me. So why do we dislike some people for no reason? It is because we do not know the reason. There is always a reason. If there is someone at your company whom you dislike for no reason, think carefully about why. Does he greet you well? Does he show interest in you? Does he occasionally buy you lunch? Does he ask you to have a drink with him? Most likely not. You probably dislike him because he barely speaks to you, is blunt and unfriendly, or there is almost nothing he does that pleases you. It is never a dislike without reason. Think carefully. It is highly likely that it is because he goes against the image you desire. That image, too, is nothing more than a shadow of the I in your mind. Ultimately, the reason you dislike him is because of the I within you. To love your enemy, you must know the I. If so, how can we love someone so hateful, even an enemy? Is that really possible? Can one truly love the enemy who killed one's parents? Jesus said this, "Love your enemies, forgive them 70 times 7. Is that really possible? In fact, it is almost impossible for us to love our enemies. Simply enduring it will not work. To endure is to deceive oneself temporarily. The grudge will never disappear. Because to endure is to repress, the grudge rather goes deep into the unconscious and hides. Because it does not disappear. It is always looking for an opportunity to explode. Then, when it can no longer be endured, it explodes. If not, it becomes a physical illness or a mental illness. Therefore, simply enduring it will not work. In that way, you can never love your enemy. If so, what should be done? We must know the I ego within ourselves. The I is a collection of experiences accumulated as we grew up, so various desires are latent in it. It surfaces in our minds as a memory of the past. That thought develops into a desire. Seeing a lover's face makes you suddenly want to see them. The thought of a computer game makes you suddenly want to play. And the memory of enjoyable fishing makes you want to go fishing. The I has a gravitational pull. It pulls what was stored in memory for its own maintenance. That is desire. We expect a lot from our family, relatives, friends, and colleagues. When that expectation is shattered, we blame the other person. If your friend gave gifts on other friends' birthdays, but gave you no gift on yours, you would resent that friend. In fact, that friend may not have had money, or there may have been other circumstances. If you think about the cause carefully, it is ultimately because of yourself. The one who had expectations is the one who provided the cause. The only truth in the world is what is. Anything else is just one's own delusion. The fact that my friend did not give a gift, that is the truth as it is. There is no problem with the fact itself. There is only the I that thinks of that fact with dissatisfaction. Our essence, life, love, desires nothing. It is just an empty energy. It just overflows. What is blocking it is the I. Therefore, when a feeling of hatred for a friend arises, we must immediately contemplate our own mind, understand where that hatred came from, and endure it. Then the feeling of hatred will soon subside, and the mind will regain its original composure. And a strange thing happens. The friend is no longer hateful, because the cause of the hatred was attributed to oneself. If you take responsibility for the pain in your own mind, the other person is no longer hated. That's possible because it's a trivial matter. But if it's the enemy who killed my parents, how can I attribute that to my own responsibility? Such a question will surely arise. That is natural. Then, in such a case, can one truly love the other person? This universe is so meticulous that it does not cause things by chance. That is why this universe can be eternal. The reason earthquakes occur is that the earth itself is struggling to achieve balance and harmony, not because it wants to kill people. In Laozi's Tao Te Ching, there is a saying, "Heaven's net is vast, yet it misses nothing." The death of one's parents at the hands of an enemy is completely incomprehensible from an individual's perspective, but from a cosmic perspective, it happened because it was necessary. Because life is omnipotent, it sometimes commits evil to humans for its own evolution through the medium of a person. It may be a very unfortunate thing for the murderer themselves, but for the universe as a whole, it is through that event that harmony and balance are restored. If those parents had committed such an evil in the past, they might be made to experience such a situation again to learn a lesson, or it may be that the child is made to experience the process of losing their parents, to learn a lesson that can correct a flaw in their character. If we understand the invisible principles and workings of the universe and nature in this way, we can understand most of the events and accidents that occur in human affairs. No, if we understand the omnipotence of life, love, and the will of life, we can understand everything. That world is beyond human logic. Furthermore, if we know the essence of life and understand the essence of our bodies, we can be free from almost all suffering. If we know that our essence, life energy, does not die, and that our body is just an illusion without substance, made up of the 5 elements, we will not feel such great fear of death. Even if a parent's body dies, their essence, life energy, does not die. The reason we suffer is because we know the parent's body as a reality and are attached to it. That body did not originally exist. It came into being as they grew up. Living with our parents, we came to mistake their bodies for reality, and we became attached to it. It has become a strong attachment relationship in our I. Attachment to parents also developed as we grew up. If someone else's parents had died, we would not hate the murderer so much. Where does the difference lie? It is because they are my parents. Because of the relationship of possession and attachment, deeply engraved in the I, it is not real. It came into being as we grew up. That illusion is what makes us angry. Our life love accepts everything that happens in this world, because that event is a phenomenon caused by the entire life of this universe and nature to move toward harmony and balance. Our life is omnipotent, so it can understand everything, but the I is blocking it. If we understand this fact, we will be able to love even the enemy of our parents. Do not judge your enemy. Hatred for an enemy stems from the desires and attachments of the I. Therefore, we ourselves must not judge our enemies. Since everything is the will of life, judgment must be left to heaven. The I must not judge. The omnipotent life will judge accordingly. Therefore, when hatred arises, you must first look into your own mind. You must understand the desires and attachments of the I, and you must endure. You must steadfastly endure the suffering caused by the I. It will be very difficult. It will feel like you are dying. To endure the desire to stab and kill your enemy right now. However, there is no need to fear it at all, because it is the death of the I in our minds. Let life-love be the subject and soothe the pain of the I in your mind. Caress it with love. Love your own pain. That is truly loving yourself. If not, and you kill your enemy, according to the desires of the I may be satisfied, but our essence, life, will have to suffer for the rest of its life. You will have to live a miserable life without freedom as a life prisoner. In prison, we will regret it, saying, "This is something wrong. Something is definitely wrong." That is by no means loving oneself. Putting yourself in prison and confining the freedom of life is not an act of truly loving yourself, because loving yourself means loving your life, not the desires of the I ego in your mind. That is why you can never love your enemy with the words, "Love your enemies." Nor can you do it with the words, "Forgive them 70 times 7. That is only temporary. Without first loving yourself, from whom anger arises, it can never be done. It is nothing but deceiving yourself. When we love ourselves, that wound no longer remains as stress or resentment. It is consumed as if by fire. Contemplation, understanding, and patience will burn away all suffering and return us to the primordial state of life-love. It will return us to our naked, pure essence. It is a very painful and lonely work, but in that loneliness we will discover the essence of love, the true self, and God. We will discover a life that never dies. Healing stress. Why do we feel stress? Two cases can be considered. First, there is the stress that arises from the survival instinct. This stress is very good. When faced with a new or dangerous situation, it creates psychological and physical tension, helping us to deal with the situation more wisely and preventing mistakes. This is a very beneficial thing that our essence, life, brings about to protect itself. There is no problem with this kind of stress. The problem, however, is the stress that the I-ego in our minds causes to protect itself. This eats away at our life. If it becomes severe, it can develop into mental illness or even suicide. So how does such dangerous stress arise? The I has a dual nature of good and evil. The I is something we cannot do without in our daily lives, but on the other hand, it can also drive our lives to tragedy. It is like a blade, possessing a dual nature of good and evil. We navigate this world through experience. We need driving skills to drive, we need to know Korean to communicate, and we need to know all sorts of social norms, including traffic laws, to live in this world without making mistakes. All of this is past experience. It is a very good thing. The problem, however, is that the I has an inertia to maintain itself, so it always pulls something in and tries to protect itself. That is why the I is attached to many things: knowledge, honor, money, material things, jobs, people, etc. But unfortunately, the objects of that attachment are not eternal. Therefore, when the object does not go according to its will or disappears, the I receives a great shock. This becomes a great stress. If not understood through contemplation, greed gives birth to stress. The I has numerous desires and does not leave us alone for a moment. It constantly incites us to fulfill its desires. That greed is endless. If it does not go as planned, it feels bad or gets frustrated. The I wants many things. Therefore, there is also much disappointment and resentment, because the world does not follow its wishes. The I-ego always depends on the external for its happiness: money, a good house, honor, high status, a nice car, a wonderful lover, etc. Everything is outside of oneself. None of them go according to the will of the I. You never know when or how they will change. Therefore, its happiness is always precarious. You never know when it will collapse. Each time it collapses, it cannot help but feel stress. As stress continues to build, one becomes more aggressive and self-centered. They get angry and resentful over small things. Everything that is not to their liking becomes an object of criticism. My friend gets angry and fights. Even if someone treats him slightly inconsiderately, he becomes paranoid. Even if people on the street are talking and laughing, he hears it as them laughing at him. And so a quarrel starts. If someone overtakes his car, he curses and gets angry. He curses just by seeing a young woman wearing sunglasses and striking a pose. Everything is disgusting, dirty, and nauseating. To him, all reality appears distorted. He can never see reality as it is, because the I is distorted. If this state progresses, it becomes depression, and if it becomes more severe, it can lead to mental illness or suicide, because our life has an instinct to preserve itself. When the stress caused by the I-ego reaches an extreme, Life itself stops the function of the I to prevent any more stress from coming. This is the mechanism of mental illness. To be free from stress, understand the cause of stress. So, is there no way to escape from such severe stress? There is. It is the method of contemplation, understanding, and patience. Whenever the I is stressed, if you contemplate your mind and understand the cause of the stress, it no longer becomes stress. It simply disappears. If depression suddenly comes over you, stay with that depression. Never avoid it. Face it and contemplate the depression in your mind. Depression is also an energy. It is a transformation of life-love energy. Watch that depression and look into its identity. Don't even give it the name depression. Just watch it and caress it. There will only be a single energy there. If you continue to contemplate depression, that energy will slowly transform back into its original love. It may take a long time. Even so, never give up. Just because you are depressed, do not meet friends or escape to other things. That will not resolve the depression. Loving yourself is not an easy thing. The methods of contemplation, understanding, and patience are the best ways to love yourself. They are the best medicine and prescription for healing the wounds of the I. Contemplation and understanding are love. The fire of love burns away the stress of the I, and thus it makes you be born again as a new being. This is the essence of being born again repentance. Life can never be deceived. The truth can never be deceived. No matter how much you contemplate and understand, if it is deceiving yourself, the stress will not be resolved. A child died. The only son so cherished had died. The mother was so sad that her tears dried up. The father hardly shed any tears. He seemed to have resigned himself to everything. He comforted himself by saying that his son's death was the will of heaven. However, that is nothing more than an act of deceiving oneself. In that way, stress is not resolved. It remains as a lifelong regret for him. Stress can never be resolved by an act of self-deception. You must contemplate the suffering of your own mind and thoroughly understand the cause of that suffering. You must understand the fact that the body is an illusion, that death is the death of that illusion, and that our essence does not die. You must also understand that the suffering of the mind is due to attachment to the child. You must understand that you originally had no child, that they came into being as they grew, and that you developed an attachment to them, and that all of it is merely your past experience and memory, and that even that experience is like an illusion in a mirror. Only then can we be liberated from stress. In short, the I ego is the main culprit of all negative stress. Therefore, understand and love the I, contemplate and understand the suffering, and endure. That is the only way to uproot negative stress. Healing preconceptions. The world changes endlessly. People change and the environment changes. Therefore, judgments must always be made according to the situation. Time, place, people, and their level, the entire situation must be considered. While we live in this world, there are countless conflicts and misunderstandings that arise from our failure to see the truth clearly. One of the things that causes such problems is preconception. This is also a component of the I ego. We often accept information from people, the media, newspapers, or magazines without much suspicion. We also tend to judge people based solely on memories of a single past experience. Seeing a male colleague who is heartbroken from a breakup act unkindly once and thinking, "That person is quite unfriendly," and always viewing him through that lens, is also a failure to see the truth. It is committing the error of seeing a temporary appearance as an eternal one. Our life always changes according to time, place, and situation. People change, and the environment changes. If we judge based on a past action without considering this, we become unable to see the truth clearly. As it is the only truth. Our memory is the past. The past is dead. There is no truth there. Truth exists only in the pure present before our eyes. As it is the only truth. Once a comedian borrowed money from friends and started a cafe, and business was very good. But one day a group of intimidating-looking thugs stormed into the cafe and sat down, refusing to leave. He was terrified. However, fearing that recklessly chasing them out would lead to a bigger disaster, he offered them drinks and treated them like very close friends. Then they, being more naive than they looked, stayed quietly without harming the other customers and then left. They continued to visit occasionally after that, and they became so close that their relationship developed to the point where they would help him when he had problems. If he had feared them based on his preconception of thugs and tried to chase them away, saying they were bad for business, the thugs would have interfered with his business even more. A woman went out to meet her friend and happened to witness her friend's husband coming out of a hotel with a beautiful woman. Finding it strange, the woman met her friend and told her what she had seen. Her friend, upon hearing the story, had all sorts of thoughts. Who on earth is that woman? Could my husband be having an affair? He's been acting a bit suspicious lately. Oh, what should I do? Should I tell my husband about this? No, it might make things worse. What should I do? After agonizing over this for a few days, the friend one day gathered her courage and asked her husband for the full story. And this is what her husband said. Oh, that woman is the CEO's secretary. I accompanied her on his behalf because there was a meeting with a client at the hotel coffee shop. It was a misunderstanding. Born from a common preconception about places like hotels, this happened when I was a teacher, teaching first-year high school students in my class. While I was in the middle of a lesson, one student was being very noisy, so I told him to come to the front. He was a student who didn't study well and often caused trouble in our class. As he came forward, many students jeered at him. The student became very angry and swore at his classmates. I watched the scene calmly. I could feel the student's heart. I would have been upset too. For the moment, I just gave him a simple warning and told him to come to the teacher's office for a moment. After class then sent him back to his seat. The class continued as usual. After class, the student came to the teacher's office. He stood there with a very serious expression. In fact, from his perspective, he had made a big mistake. With the homeroom teacher standing right there, swearing at his classmates was a complete act of disrespect towards me. It was something deserving of a severe scolding. I spoke to him gently. I fully understand how you felt at that moment. I would have felt the same way. But if you act like that, what does that make me? Don't do it again, okay? The student's eyes welled up with tears. He had been terrified, expecting a harsh scolding. But for it to end with just these words must have been very unexpected for him. After that, whenever the student saw me, he followed me like an older brother. I was not dominated by the preconception that the student was a troublemaker. Once, Jesus was put to a test where he had to judge a woman caught in adultery. People were very curious about what kind of verdict Jesus would deliver. This is because Jesus had always preached, "Do not judge others. Love your enemies." According to the law of that time, an adulterer was to be stoned to death. Countless people gathered to see the scene. Jesus had to deliver a verdict somehow. If Jesus followed the existing law, all his teachings would become false. And if he did not follow the law, he would be destroying the law. For this reason, people were eagerly waiting to see what words would come from his mouth. Finally, Jesus opened his mouth. "Let any one of you who is without sin be the first to throw a stone at her." The people were dumbfounded. They had not dared to imagine such a verdict. This was because these words did not violate the law, nor did they contradict his usual teachings. Jesus was fully awake in that moment. Because he held no preconceptions, he was able to make the most appropriate judgment for the situation. It was a wisdom that could only come from a state of a clear, spotless soul. It was the wisdom of life. It was the harmony and the middle way that best suited the situation. The world changes endlessly. People change, and the environment changes. Therefore, judgments must always be made according to the situation. Time, place, people, and their level, the entire situation must be considered. A judgment that can contribute to the happiness of the whole, that is love. In the face of love, preconception must take a step back, because it is not love. It is merely the past, a memory. It is dead. The truth is alive in every moment. Therefore, never be bound by preconceptions. Healing unhappiness. Why can't we be happy? Despite being perfectly equipped with everything from birth, what on earth makes us unhappy? If our essence is life love itself, we should always be overflowing with love, so why are we not? It is because of the I ego in our minds. The I has a gravitational pull to maintain itself, and that becomes desire. If the I fails to maintain itself, it collapses. That is psychological death. The reason we fear death is because of the I. That is why the I struggles to survive somehow. That struggle becomes desire and attachment. Expectation and hope give birth to disappointment and frustration. These days, many people are jumping into the stock market. Life is a bit boring, and hearing stories of others making hundreds of millions, the I in people's minds also gets greedy. If you hit it big just once, you can live comfortably. People invest with great expectations. Sometimes they even make money. However, most people, after saying just one more time, end up losing everything they have. They are frustrated. They want to die. Their expectations and hopes have completely collapsed. The reason for their frustration was the greed of the I in their minds. That is, expectation and hope. That is what made them unable to see reality properly. It caused real suffering. When I was away from her, I only went down to my hometown during holidays or for special occasions. On my way to my hometown, I had various thoughts. What should I do when I meet her? This time, should we go to Sorak Mountain together and have a wonderful time at a nice hotel? However, when I actually went down, reality did not unfold as I had thought. I was very disappointed. I was not in a good mood. It was because of the gap between my thoughts and the actual reality. That was the cause of the suffering. I could not enjoy reality as it is. It was because I had certain expectations and hopes. After realizing this fact, from then on, I met her without any expectations or hopes. Then I was able to enjoy each moment as it was. When we go somewhere or meet someone, we generally go with some expectation or hope. However, when we actually get there, it is often different from what we expected. At such times, we get disappointed or complain and become unable to properly enjoy the situation. We often let situations that are different from our thoughts pass by meaninglessly. We fail to live in oneness with the situation and become separated from it. That is where suffering arises. Do not miss the present. If we want to live a happy life, wherever we are, we must exist in oneness with that situation. The feeling of separation is due to the greed of the I ego. Expectation or hope, that too is greed. It is not reality. Reality is the situation unfolding before our eyes right now. That is true reality. If we cannot become one with that reality, suffering follows. If you are at school thinking about the arcade, the present is painful. If you went on a trip expecting good weather but it rains heavily, you just need to accept the situation as it is and find a way to enjoy yourself. Then a way will emerge. If not, and you only blame the rain, you will completely ruin your vacation. Life is the pure present. The only time we can live is the pure present. We can never live in the past or the future. The present is our everything. Do not miss that present. Hope and expectation belong to the future. They are not reality. There is no need to ruin the precious present because of something that is not real. In Greek mythology, there is a king of Corinth named Sisyphus, who, for deceiving Zeus, is condemned to an eternal punishment in Hades, where he must roll a boulder up a mountain, only for it to roll back down again. And he must roll it up again. The writer Camus made this into a work of art, exploring the essence of existence. In a way, our lives are like the punishment of Sisyphus. We live every day repeating the same things. It is truly a desperate, unhappy, boring, and painful affair. Think about it. You struggle to roll it up, and it rolls back down. You roll it up again, and it rolls down again. But Sisyphus, undaunted, silently rolls the boulder back up the mountain, without any complaint. If it rolls down, he rolls it up again, silently. The sight is so tragic. Before him there is no hope, no expectation, no thought, just this one more time. Do I have to do this for the rest of my life? I've been doing this for 10 years already. I'm so sick of it now, I can't do it anymore. He does not think such thoughts. For him, only the pure present exists. The pure present is his everything. That is existence. Therefore, he has no despair, no frustration. For such a person, even a God is not necessary, because the word God is something we seek when we despair. As long as we do not despair, there is no place for a God to enter. Only his existence fills the entire universe. That is life. This happened to an American at an airport in the United States. Due to an unexpected strike by the airline, the ticket counter was packed with people trying to get refunds, and that person was also in the line. Nevertheless, the female employee at the counter treated each and every customer kindly. She warmly greeted all customers, even though there was an endless line of upset travelers. How can you act so calmly in the midst of such chaos? When it was his turn, the American asked this, and she replied, "I only consult with one customer at a time. There's no need to worry about the line being long. I just have to work with the customer. Standing in front of the counter at this moment, the line will take care of itself." Because our life is the pure present, it lives in the moment. It enjoys the moment. The shadows of the past or future do not intrude there. The I is the past. It is in our memory. The reason we cannot live in the pure present is because of the I. It creates all sorts of hopes, expectations, desires, and delusions. We are not living in the pure present for even a moment. Our thoughts are always running towards the past or the future. We eat without knowing the taste of our food. Our thoughts are elsewhere. How will I do on the exam tomorrow? We think of other things even while walking down the street. Where should I go this weekend? How about Siorak Mountain? And then we misstep and fall. We do not live in the present for even a moment. This is why we are unhappy. Happiness is not in the past or the future, but in this very moment. Our life lives only in the pure present. What lives in the past or the future is the I. That is not reality. It is a fantasy. Therefore, the I ego always creates a gap with reality and drives us into suffering. Do not be played by the tricks of that I. Happiness comes when we immerse ourselves in the present moment, without any expectation or hope, When we live in oneness with any situation we are in, happiness exists there. True happiness is not dependent on anything external, but comes only when we believe solely in our own life and immerse ourselves in the pure present. Healing fixed ideas. Countless fixed ideas are settled in our minds. They are things we have accepted from the outside, from books, people, our own experiences, etc. As we grew up. They are not our essence. They are very partial truths that can only apply to specific situations. Therefore, fixed ideas make human relationships uncomfortable, make us see the world narrowly, constrain the freedom of life, cause mental suffering, and can even drive a person's life into a pit. Fixed ideas give birth to criticism. I had my own fixed ideas about love and marriage. They were something like this. True love is marrying the person you truly love, loving only them, spending your whole life with them, and even if they die in the middle, living alone until you die, thinking of their love. Once this happened. When I was a teacher, the vice principal of the school where I worked was in a car accident one day. His wife was in the car with him. Only the wife died, and the vice principal suffered only minor injuries. Then, about a year later, the vice principal remarried. At that time, I had these thoughts. Hey, how can he remarry so soon after his wife, with whom he spent almost his entire life, died? If he had loved his wife, would he even think of remarrying like that? Did he even love his wife? What on earth was his wife's existence to him all that time? Why not just live alone? What kind of foolishness is that at his age? This criticism of mine stemmed from my own fixed ideas, that is, from the I, ego in my mind. There are countless kinds of love and life in the world. Life is so mysterious and diverse that it cannot be judged with our narrow minds. The numerous actions that this universe performs to exist completely as a single entity cannot be easily fathomed by our thoughts. So my fixed ideas were just my own problem, having nothing to do with the universe. The vice principal would have his own view of life and his own circumstances. Without knowing such things, one cannot understand the situation. If such a thing has already happened, it happened because it was necessary from the perspective of the whole, the universe. To put it religiously, it happened because heaven allowed it. Criticism is not love. That criticism stemmed from the I within myself. When I was first assigned to Donghae City and was working, there was a time when I became the homeroom teacher for third-year high school students for the first time. At that time, we went on a spring picnic for class unity, and a few of the student leaders who were playing well came to me and pleaded, "We brought some alcohol, please let us drink it. The kids are bored right now." I was momentarily flustered, but I had to make a decision. I thought for a moment. There were two paths. To let them drink or not to let them drink. I thought about the respective outcomes. It seemed that letting them drink would improve the situation much more. And the result would be better. I lined the kids up, and I poured the alcohol in order. Since there were 40 of them, even a box of soju was finished after pouring a few glasses each. The kids played well. After a few hours, they were all fine, as if they had never had a drink. We had a really fun day that day. It was a wonderful unity event. Even now, when I think back to that time, I think I made a really good decision. If at that time I had been bound by the fixed idea that students should not drink, and had not allowed them to drink, the unity event that day would have ended in failure. Moreover, if the stressed-out kids had not gone home quietly, but had gathered together to drink and had an accident, our class would not have been smooth for the whole year. There was a good chance that the rural students would do so. There was a devout Christian. But this person had been taught by his pastor father never to get angry at others. So the notion that getting angry is a very bad thing was strongly embedded in his mind and had become a component of his superego. However, getting angry is not always bad. Sometimes getting angry is actually an act of love. So he had a mistaken notion. But how can one live without ever getting angry? Yet he could not get angry. Whenever he tried to get angry, a voice would immediately echo in his mind. Anger is a bad thing. If you get angry, you are a bad person. The notion he had acquired while growing up, that getting angry is a bad thing, filled his mind. And whenever he tried to get angry, it would echo and linger in his mind. Each time he suppressed his anger. Then, that anger penetrated deep into his unconscious and dominated his behavior. His mind became increasingly rigid, and the suppressed anger tormented the people who had made him angry in a subtle way. In the minds of us adults, there is considerable mental suffering caused by such fixed ideas. This suffering is, in fact, misplaced. Look at children. They have no suffering from fixed ideas. Even if they are close, they get angry when they are angry, and then they quickly forget and get along as if nothing happened. They do not have the stress caused by concepts like adults. They are pure and innocent. So, can't we adults also be free from the stress of fixed ideas? Like children, of course we can. Let's talk about the method now. A fixed idea is not a reality, but an illusion. All the fixed ideas in our minds are things we have experienced as we grew up. They were not there from the beginning. They are experienced because our essence, life, exists. They are like images reflected on the mirror of life. That constitutes what we commonly call the I-ego, because the totality of experience is the I. It is not a reality, but an illusion. It is our essence, life, that is being swayed and hurt by those illusions. The roles have been reversed. Now, having learned this reality, what should we do? First, when you hear the voice of the concept, anger is a bad thing, cried out by the I in this case, the I is the superego, reigning like a dictator in our minds that stems from your own experience. Do not be influenced by that voice, but just watch as life, the awakened consciousness, contemplate the actions of the I in your mind as a third party. Just remain as an observer. If your anger is truly for the other person, then get angry. If not, and that anger stems from the wound of the I, then contemplate your own mind and endure. It will soon disappear. No longer be dominated by fixed ideas. A fixed idea, no matter how excellent it may be, is not truth, but an illusion. Do not suffer from that illusion. See it for what it is, the I-ego. If you are in an argument with a friend or colleague, become aware that your own concept of the topic of the argument was originally borrowed from others, and immediately break free from the I that is attached to that concept, even if you lose the argument. And so, even if the I is in pain, endure that pain well. It is merely the pain of the I dying. That does not mean that your essence, life, is dying. In the death of that I, your essence, life love, will slowly be resurrected. Your love will grow larger. Moreover, you will be free from the risk of losing friends or colleagues, and will become a being loved by them as well. Healing repression. Humans are not free. Countless forms of knowledge, such as ethics and morals, norms and customs and fixed ideas, have taken root in our minds, forming a solid I-ego that dominates our essence, life love. In this nature, there is probably no being that lives as unnaturally as we humans. Humans desire freedom so much, but in reality, they are beings of self-imposed bondage. They bind themselves without even knowing it. So on this occasion, let's explore how we humans confine ourselves and how we can be free from such confinement. Here I intend to mainly deal with repression. Repression gives birth to hatred and illness. There was an executive at a large corporation. He was a person who could not overlook the wrongdoings of others. He only scolded not only his subordinates, but also his own children, calling them pathetic. Once, on his way home for Chuseok, the highway was terribly congested, and traffic was crawling, but a few cars were speeding down the shoulder lane. It was as if they were saying, "You fools, aren't you envious of me?" Enraged by this, he used his own car to block them and prevent them from passing. Then a rugged-looking young man approached him menacingly and told him to move, so he had no choice but to move out of the way. But others must have been just as angry, so why was he the only one to act that way? In fact, he also desperately wanted to drive on the shoulder, but he was suppressing himself, thinking, "I must obey the traffic rules. Do I want to pay a fine?" It was that repressed mind that reflexively manifested in such behavior. There was a very moral woman who was very faithful to her religion. She had a near-obsessive aversion to sex. The thought that sex is immoral was deeply ingrained in her mind. Nevertheless, she was very proud of herself for living a chaste life as a single woman. Despite this, she too was human, and there were times in her life when strong sexual desires would suddenly surge. Each time she would feel a great sense of guilt and strongly suppress those desires. When others watched pornography, she would criticize them and repress her own desire to watch. However, that did not mean that sexual desire disappeared from her mind. No, on the contrary, the more she did so, the more her sexual desire grew in her mind. When others engaged in any sexually related act, the I ego in her mind would severely criticize the act, thus subtly disguising her own thoughts and actions. By doing so, she could continue to remain a religious and moral woman, but she could never be free from sex. Among adults, especially teachers and clergy, there are many who suppress their emotions because of their professional dignity. Depending on the situation, they should be able to express their emotions through words or actions, but they fail to do so and repress them. As a result, such emotions build up, and their mind and attitude become increasingly rigid. Because of their feelings towards the other person, their relationship with them becomes awkward, and they may even come to hate them. If this becomes severe, it can even develop into a physical illness. The same is true in a marital relationship. When a problem arises between a couple, for example, if a word or action is not to one's liking, they should resolve it through conversation or understand and move on. But they just endure it. If they do so, that emotion remains latent in the unconscious and explodes at a crucial moment, destroying everything. Eventually, they get divorced or separated. Why do such things happen? Let's analyze it. Repressed desire seeks a chance for revenge in some way. When you repress something, the repressed object goes deep into the unconscious and takes root. It is always looking for an opportunity to emerge. It never disappears. It is just hidden. Repressed desire seeks a chance for revenge in some way. It will surely take revenge. It may explode at some moment and ruin everything, or it may torment the other person in a subtle way. If it cannot be vented in any way, it destroys itself. It destroys the function of the I, so that the repression carried out by the I does not proceed any further. That is mental illness. The ultimate purpose of life is to preserve itself. That is an instinct. The law of conservation of energy is the instinct of this universe. Therefore, when the repression or stress caused by the desires of the I reaches an extreme, The life energy destroys the I to protect itself. If that happens, the repression or stress does not proceed any further. Because repression and stress arise because of the I. In the case of the woman who repressed her sexual desires, the fixed idea that sex is immoral took root as a component of her I ego, due to the influence of religion or ethics and morals that she unknowingly received while growing up, and that I ego had always tormented her essence, life. In the case of the corporate executive, the desire to go home quickly and its frustration, the knowledge that the bus only lane is only for buses and vans, and yet passenger cars, like his own, were boldly driving on that road, while he himself lacked such courage. These thought processes of the I caused anger and led to such impulsive behavior. As a result, his essence life was hurt. In the case of the teachers and clergy mentioned above, the fixed ideas they have about their professions are established in the I ego in their minds, and that is what makes them repress their emotions to protect themselves and avoid getting hurt. As a result, their essence life suffers. The same is true in a marital relationship. The desire of the I that the husband-wife should speak and act in a certain way is repressed for reasons such as one's own dignity. It becomes stress and eats away at and destroys their essence, life love. To be free from repression, understand what is, so how can one be free from such repression? Contemplation, understanding, and patience, this is the way. Contemplation is to observe the object from an objective standpoint, separate from the I, and to understand it as it is. If your husband or wife said or did something, it is a very natural thing stemming from their personality or character. It is something that others cannot easily change. You cannot expect more than an ant's behavior from an ant, and you cannot expect more than a pig's behavior from a pig. People also have their own forms or molds, so you cannot expect words or actions beyond those forms or molds. If it can be corrected by speaking, there would be nothing better. But if not, you have no choice but to either break off the relationship with them or to understand them. That is the way for us to be free from stress from the object. So what do you do when the object is in your own mind? It is the same. While contemplating the thoughts that arise in your mind, understand that those thoughts are not your original essence, but the I ego that has been accepted from the outside and accumulated as you grew up, and accept it as it is. Never endure or repress. If you endure or repress, it becomes stress and torments your essence, life. But if you understand, it no longer becomes stress or hides in the unconscious. It is simply resolved. You become free from the object. Whatever action the I ego takes, it leaves stress for oneself or others. But if our life love becomes the subject and understands the desires of the I in our own mind or in external objects, it no longer becomes stress. Our essence, life, is love, and love is understanding, so it accepts and harmonizes everything. To understand and accept what is without judging good or evil, that is love. Healing suffering caused by knowledge. In the Bible, there is a story that Adam and Eve were expelled from the Garden of Eden after eating the forbidden fruit, the fruit of the knowledge of good and evil. A simple interpretation of the symbolic meaning of this story is as follows. The human mind was originally as peaceful, pure, and simple as heaven, but after coming to distinguish between good and evil through knowledge, it lost the simplicity and peace of the mind. To live in this world, especially in a complex and rapidly changing era, like the modern one, we need a great deal of knowledge and experience. The amount of such knowledge is innumerable. including knowledge of various social systems and norms, knowledge related to one's profession, and knowledge about the various conveniences of civilization for living. This kind of knowledge is very useful, and something we must have to live properly in the world. The problem, however, is that such useful knowledge for life can become destructive. That is when knowledge becomes fixed as the I ego. Knowledge is a means of life. Originally, knowledge exists as a means to live in this world. It is not an end in itself. It can be compared to a raft. A raft is a means to cross a river. After crossing the river, it should be abandoned. Nevertheless, most people, even after crossing the river, carry the raft heavily on their backs, saying it is a waste. The raft should only be used when crossing the river. Similarly, people carry the burden of knowledge and are crushed by it. They are bound by it and are not free. They stuff numerous pieces of knowledge into the I and disguise themselves as if they were some great being. They are embracing and clinging to an illusion, reflected in a mirror as if it were a reality. There was a young man born in a poor shanty town in a city. This young man became engrossed in socialist theory during his college years and filled his I entirely with socialist knowledge, thinking that only that knowledge could save the world. Then, by chance, he came to live in such a society and experience it firsthand, and as he realized that it was completely different from what he had thought, his I began to shake from its very foundation, and with that, his revolutionary and destructive attitude also changed. Knowledge is not originally a reality, but something that is constantly changing. If one clings to this knowledge, which is a means of life, as if it were an eternal reality and lives thinking of it as the I, then that I will transform into a monster that destroys society and ultimately even oneself. It will result in the loss of not only world peace, but also the peace and simplicity of one's own mind. Because the world is a reflection of our minds, if our minds are not at peace, world peace cannot exist either. There was a professor who had even received a doctorate. The professor was very proud of being a doctor and always took comfort in the fact that he knew more than others in any situation. That is the label of being a professor, and an intellectual was firmly attached to his I ego. So, whenever he discussed a topic with others, he always asserted himself strongly and overpowered them. Of course, his logic was also very coherent. His I was very pleased. However, people did not gather around him. Just being next to him felt suffocating. That was a natural result. It was because he used his knowledge more faithfully, for the purpose of strengthening the I, rather than for the purpose of pursuing truth and teaching students. Humans are not free from knowledge. Let's take an easy example of how bound we are by knowledge. Now, you have gone for a drink with your friends. But behind you, a friend shouted loudly like this, "Those Gangwon-do folks are all naive. Those Seoul folks are all cunning. Those Jeollado folks are all terrible. Those Gyeongsang-do folks are all ignorant. Those Chungcheong-do folks are all sly. Those Gyeonggi-do folks are all deceitful." At which words did your heart move and your emotions stir? Probably most of you had some reaction when you heard the words corresponding to your place of origin. It is said that in the past, a brawl broke out in a bar over a similar issue, even resulting in a death. Let's take one more example. Where in this world are there women as comfortable as Korean women? Their husbands bring home money regularly. During the day, they hang out with friends and eat and play as they please. Korean men really don't know how to be considerate of women. They seem to think of women as slaves. To which of these two statements did your heart move? The first one? Then you are probably a woman. The second one? then you are probably a man. Why did this happen? It was because of your knowledge. As you grew up, you came to know through experience which region you are from and whether you are a woman or a man, and you also identified yourself with that fact. Moreover, you learned Korean as you grew up. That knowledge is firmly rooted in the I in your mind. If you didn't know Korean and didn't know which region you are from, or whether you are a man or a woman, there would have been no reaction in your mind. This is a clear example of how much we are constrained by knowledge. The Indian sage Jiddu Krishnamurti spoke of freedom from the known, but most of us are hardly free from what we know, because we hold on to what we know as if it were our true self and live, knowing it as the true me. That is why, when someone refutes the knowledge we have, we argue by unfolding all sorts of logic so as not to lose. As a result, if we win, we feel very good, and if we lose, we feel very bad. This kind of fight is rampant in the human world, and as a result, human relationships are filled with hatred, distrust, and animosity. Ideology, thought, doctrine, these are all knowledge. The pain that humanity has suffered so far, due to the conflict of such knowledge, is indescribable. Even factions and parties caused by the conflict of thought and opinion are all born of knowledge. Now, the era of such ideologies is ending. That means that we humans have matured that much, because the changes in the world are a reflection of the human mind. These days, having entered the 21st century, there is a strong tendency for many people to pursue a free life. Not only freedom of occupation, but also finding freedom of the mind is becoming a major trend. However, we still suffer mental pain due to knowledge. Morals and ethics, religious dogmas, and countless other claims and theories. This knowledge resides in our minds in various forms. Depending on the environment we grew up in, this difference in knowledge divides people, makes them fight, and makes them hate each other. The fights between different religions, the fights between different claims, the fights between different theories are all like that. Nature is calm, but the human world is full of strife. Knowledge is just knowledge. No knowledge is perfect. Knowledge is just a stepping stone and a means on the way to truth. It is not an object of attachment. It is just a means. Knowledge is nothing more than a finger pointing at the moon. Nevertheless, we are not trying to see the moon, but are attached only to the finger. We are not trying to see the truth, but are attached only to knowledge. That attachment gives birth to suffering. Therefore, we need to take a neutral stance on knowledge. Healing conflict. Everyone, while living, will have events or situations that they do not want to face, that they truly want to turn away from. At such times, what should we do? Should we just turn away? In our lives, there are things we can turn away from and things we must not. What you cannot possibly avoid, either in your own mind or in actual reality, you must never turn away from. You must confront that event, that situation, head on. That is the only and best way to solve the problem. To resolve conflict, confront conflict. This happened when I was passionately in love with her. One day I happened to hear the story of her first love. The man liked and cherished her very much, but she said they broke up because of a certain incident. That incident was this. Her family was very poor, but the man's family was very wealthy. As they became close, she began to visit the man's house. But at some point, she felt that the way his family looked at her had changed. The reason was her family's financial situation. She, who was proud and originally had a complex about her family's circumstances, pushed him away and left despite his persistent pleading. After hearing the story, I thought, so that happened. I've broken up with someone before, so what? And just let it go lightly. But that was not it. Whenever I had free time, scenes of her first love, would suddenly push their way into my mind, and then, almost automatically, their love scenes would unfold. I couldn't know to what extent their relationship had progressed, but as is always the case with relationships between men and women, I thought they must have gone to a deep level. I still don't know the truth myself. In any case, it is a fact that at that time, it was not something I could easily shake off. The love scenes that came to mind so often caused considerable pain in my heart. So, whenever the thought came to mind, I tried to shake it off. But that was only for that moment when I had free time again. It would somehow penetrate my mind. It was like a tenacious fighting dog. It attacked me whenever it had a chance. I could not bear it any longer. That night before going to bed, I calmed my mind and brought to mind the love scene of theirs. That was tenaciously holding on to me and would not let go. And then I let the thought flow. The thought always flowed in the same way. I just remained as an observer of the scene. I did not intervene in the scene I wanted to reject, as I had before, and block the flow. I imagined everything up to the scene where she had a relationship with the man. The process was painful for me. But the strange thing is, after that, the thought never tormented me again. Really strangely. If you have a thought that torments you, a thought you want to shake off from now on, do not turn away from it or avoid it any longer. Even if it is painful, understand that thought and face it. And so, uproot that thought, then it will no longer torment you. In fact, the reason my heart was in pain was because of the desire of the I ego within me. My empty I wanted to possess her as its own. That desire was hurt by the story of her first love. No, by delusional imagination. Become the observer. In this process, there is something we must know. It is the fact that what feels pain is the I in our minds, not our essence, life. That is, we have the suffering of the mind, and on the other hand, we have the awakened consciousness that watches that suffering. No matter how painful our mind is, the consciousness that is watching, it can remain clearly awake. The one who watches that suffering, the consciousness that contemplates that pain that is our unchanging essence, life. To compare this to a play, the I ego is the play being performed on stage, and our essence, life, can be said to be the audience. No matter how scary a scene is being performed on stage right now, the audience can simply watch indifferently as an observer. Among the audience, there may be people who mistake the events happening on stage for reality, and feel fear as if they were a character in that event, or even scream. But in fact, the audience is a separate entity from the stage, so they do not need to feel any fear. In the same way, our essence, life, can also contemplate our mental suffering indifferently, like an audience. Although pain is felt while watching that suffering does not last very long. If we understand this concept of the I ego and contemplate our own minds, we can heal any mental suffering ourselves, because understanding is love. Love embraces everything and melts away all suffering. If life, our essence, becomes the observer and understands and watches the mental suffering caused by the I, that suffering will disappear as if cancer were melted away by a laser. This is the great power of love. Healing mental anguish. For most people, suffering is almost unconscious. They think it is something they naturally experience because they are alive, something that cannot be helped. However, there is a profound meaning hidden in suffering. It is a warning that one has deviated from cosmic harmony. It is an implication that one has strayed from life, love, from the middle way, from reality. Among the laws of the universe, there is the law of self-preservation. Thus, it always maintains the best stability through harmony and balance. That is why the universe is eternal. This applies to all beings within the universe. When the universe deviates even slightly from harmony and balance, it immediately triggers an action to correct the imbalance. We can experiment with this directly. If you put hot water into a cup containing cold water, it will soon become lukewarm. It will soon reach equilibrium. If you dig a hole in the desert sand the next day, the hole is nowhere to be seen. The surrounding sand has filled the empty space. Because the hole is an imbalance, a rock hanging precariously on a cliff, it is still hanging there because it is still in balance within the hole. If the balance is broken even slightly, the rock will fall, and thus it will regain stability. Earthquakes also occur in the process of the earth, itself correcting its balance to preserve itself. Suffering is nature's warning to protect us. There are various reasons for suffering, but phenomenologically, there are physical suffering, mental suffering, and suffering related to life. First, let's look at physical suffering. If a nail gets stuck in your foot, it hurts a lot. Because it hurts, we realize that a nail is stuck and pull it out. But if it didn't hurt, we wouldn't even realize it, and would walk around with the nail stuck in our foot. Then one day we would discover that our foot is rotting. If so, suffering is a warning to protect us. Illness, if you think about it, is a warning that there is something wrong with our lifestyle. It is a warning to quickly find the cause that has broken the harmony and balance of the body and solve it. If we ignore it, we will eventually be unable to preserve ourselves. If we ignore the warning given by the universe's law of self-preservation, what comes back in the end is death. Because from the perspective of the universe, death is also ultimately stability. Next, let's look at mental suffering. If you borrow 100 million won and invest in stocks, and they suddenly plummet and become worthless, your mind will be in immense pain. That pain is a warning that you have lost the harmony and middle way of your mind by being attached to money. If there is suffering between you and your lover, it is a warning that you are attached to your lover. If you are not attached, there is no reason to be distressed. It is not yet true love. Finally, let's look at suffering related to life. If you are suffering mentally because of human relationships, it is a warning that there is disharmony in your human relationships. There is something wrong with your lifestyle. Also, if you borrow money unreasonably and live a luxurious life, you will soon be constantly harassed by banks or creditors. Only those who have experienced it know that pain. That is also a warning to regain balance and harmony in the financial aspect of your life. Also, if you are so insincere that you are miserably poor, that is also a warning that there is something wrong with your attitude. If so, we can see that suffering in nature is for the universe to preserve itself. Khalil Gibran also says this in The Prophet. Much of your pain is self-chosen. It is the bitter potion by which the physician within you heals your sick self. Therefore, trust the physician and drink his remedy in silence and tranquility, for his hand, though heavy and hard, is guided by the tender hand of the unseen, and the cup he brings, though it burn your lips, has been fashioned of the clay which the potter has moistened with his own sacred tears. Ultimately, suffering is something to be very grateful for. Therefore, when suffering appears, rejoice, and be unconditionally grateful to whoever or whatever gave you the suffering, whether it is a person, an illness, or an object, because it helps you realize your mistakes or discover the I hidden in your mind. Suffering is God's grace and love. The most important thing in life is to discover the I ego, especially for a person who pursues the path of truth Life gives various trials to train them and make them a tool for itself. Therefore, those who pursue truth must be prepared for more trials to come. Because our life moves in a way that helps what that person truly has in their heart. It does not matter whether it is good or bad. If you worry about illness, it gives you illness. In any case, the fact that trials are coming tells us that life is responding to your wish to find the truth. That is why trials and tribulations are called God's grace or God's love. Those trials and tribulations enable us to remove the attachment of the I and discover life. The I, due to the attraction, desire it has, is bound to suffer countless pains. When we contemplate that suffering, understand its cause, and love it, we finally come to know the essence of life. Love, a love without attachment, without any suffering. The purpose of nature is evolution. The end of evolution is love. For that, nature continues to inflict pain on us. Until we master love, we humans must suffer endlessly. Nature wishes for us to master love in that suffering. And so the universe earnestly wishes for all of us to return to the home of life love, the essence of nature. That is the true meaning of suffering. Nevertheless, if we fail to learn the lesson from it, we must continue to repeat the same suffering. That is the true meaning of reincarnation. That is why, if we want to discover the I more quickly, we must live in this world. It is not easy to discover one's own state alone. It is difficult to peel off the shell of the I, because there are fewer opportunities for suffering. To easily peel a potato, you can put many potatoes in a large basin and rub them against each other. This world is a large basin, and each of us is a potato in the basin. This universe is trying to make each of us peel off the shell of the I within ourselves by making us suffer while interacting with each other in countless human relationships so that we can return to the primordial state of life without any more suffering. In short, life love, the foundation of this universe, has its own laws, and if you are in accordance with them, it gives blessings, and if you deviate from them, it gives suffering. It gives blessings to those who love, protect, and nurture life, and it punishes those who harm, torment, and do not love life. This is the law of nature, the law of God, and the law of life. Healing complexes. A complex refers to a kind of inferiority. Complex, and most people have one or two or more of these. Some people react very sensitively when you talk about poverty. Some people's expression changes 180 degrees when you bring up their educational background, and some people get very upset when you talk about marriage. All of these are complexes. In fact, these complexes were not originally there when we were young. They developed through experience as we grew up. People who have experienced poverty, who have not graduated from college, or who have not married, can have the complexes mentioned above. Of course, even among people who have had the same experience, there are some for whom it did not develop into a complex. Therefore, if you have a complex, look into your mind as soon as it appears. Understand what past experience is causing a sensitive reaction in you and why you are hurt by it. Analyze the cause of why you are the only one who is hurt when others hear the same words and are not hurt at all. The cause must have stemmed from your past experiences. That is the I ego. A cloud called I floating in the sky, called life, has reacted to some external action, and with that, emotion immediately arises and the cloud is hurt. How ridiculous that the image in the mirror gets hurt. The image is an illusion. It is like the trace of a bird that has flown away. It has no substance. It has already passed. Do not hold on to it. Your past has already passed and does not exist in the present. It is dead. You are embracing something dead and trying to protect it preciously, as if it were your true self. We are too heavy. We are living carrying the illusion of the past like a heavy burden. We are suffering while needlessly carrying around trash that should be thrown away. That is why Jesus also said, "Come to me, all you who are weary and burdened, and I will give you rest." This burden is precisely our I, the collection of our experiences. The responsibility for the wounds of the heart lies with oneself. Life is the pure present. We can never live in the past or the future. We can only live in the present. The reality unfolding before your eyes is always the present. Do not let the past intrude there. When a past experience tries to intrude on your present mind and hurt, you immediately become aware of it and never get swept away by it. Board Noah's Ark. Never be swept away by the flood of the I ego. That is the way to love yourself. Hurting your own heart is not loving yourself. Plunging your mind into confusion by making it boil with anger is by no means an act of loving yourself. Getting angry at or hating the person who hurt you is also not love. The external world is always changing. They do not know what wounds are in your heart. They just mentioned poverty, educational background, or marriage in passing. They never said it to hurt you. The cause of the wound is in the I. Therefore, do not get angry at or hate the other person. The responsibility for the wound lies with yourself. And even if the other person said such a thing on purpose to hurt, you do not get caught up in that scheme. Do not entrust your heart to the other person. You are the master of your own heart. Nevertheless, if your heart is hurt as the other person intended, it is your fault, because it is you who has entrusted your own heart to be controlled by the other person as they please. In short, if you have a mental wound in your heart due to some complex in a human relationship, quickly realize that the wound is a trick caused by the I, that is, the image in the mirror, and escape from it immediately. Even if you want to get angry at and hit the person who hurt you, do not get swept away by the flood of that I, but contemplate the pain and endure it. It will be very painful. Still embrace that pain and love it. Then the pain will slowly disappear. This is the way to truly love yourself. If you go through this process, your complex will be completely resolved. But the strange thing is, when you bring out what was hidden in your unconscious into your consciousness and become aware of it, it no longer torments you. It is completely healed. Understanding and love heal all pain. This is the great power of love. Now you no longer hate the other person because you have attributed the cause of the pain to yourself. Be grateful to the person who hurt your heart. In a way, the other person is a grateful being to you, because they have created an opportunity to reveal the wound that was trapped in your unconscious and to be eternally liberated from it. Therefore, you should rather be grateful to the other person by saying, "Thank you for helping me discover my complex. You have now become a more loving person." By loving the pain of the I, a layer of the shell of the I has been peeled off. The shell of the I ego, each time it is peeled away, experiences severe pain. It is similar to the process of peeling an onion. If you keep peeling, in the end, nothing is left. The I ego is the same. Because it is a collection of experiences, if all the attachments to those experienced elements fall away, that house collapses. There is nothing there. It is empty. Only the original life energy meanders in that place. That is enlightenment, the path to becoming one with life love, the path to reaching the inner heaven. Healing criticism 1. Just as countless things exist in the sea, countless things exist in our minds. That is, countless thoughts. Thoughts can be divided into several categories. First, The thoughts that come to mind when we encounter an object. Second, the thoughts we have when there is a problem to solve or something to worry about. And third, the thoughts that just pass by like a cloud. The problem here lies in the first and third cases. When we encounter an object, we almost habitually have a thought about that object. Seeing a beautiful woman's breasts may bring to mind sexual thoughts. When we cannot buy something we want because we have no money, we may feel the impulse to steal it, and we may hate someone so much that we want to kill them. The countless thoughts that come to mind when we encounter an object that is what reflects our own self. It is a good opportunity to know what kind of person the I ego is. Therefore, whenever a thought comes to mind, contemplate your own mind well and discover what kind of person you are. Also, countless thoughts wander in our minds even when there is no object. Some are related to desire, some may be things that were suppressed in our unconscious, and some have no reason at all. At such times, also contemplate your own mind well, and take it as an opportunity to discover what kind of person you are. One's own standard gives birth to criticism, self-reproach, and repression. If there is one thing we must do our whole lives, it would be to discover ourselves. The saying, "Know thyself," is the golden rule of golden rules, because only by understanding oneself can one understand others. In general, what one dislikes doing, others also dislike doing, and what one wants to do, others also want to do. If you helped a friend move and were very upset because you did not receive much of a treat, then when you move, you can infer your own feelings at that time and treat the friends who helped you move very pleasantly. The problem, however, is that while it would be good if many people acknowledged and accepted the thoughts that arise in their minds as a part of themselves, most are unable to do so. That is, most people constantly make judgments about their thoughts based on their own criteria. They use the numerous moral concepts, customs, or religious doctrines they have accepted as they grew up as a yardstick. And if they have a thought that goes against that yardstick, they criticize, reproach, or repress it. One can even feel sexual attraction towards one's own older sister or brother. At such times, do not criticize or repress it, saying, "Such thoughts are bad." Just understand that sexual desire resides within me. In fact, countless objects and living creatures exist in the sea. But the sea does not criticize or reject any of them, because all of them together are the sea, because all of them are a part of itself, because all of them are itself. We humans are the same. Whatever thoughts may flow through your mind, never make any judgment, any criticism about them. Just accept and understand all those thoughts as you would a close friend. That is the way to truly love yourself. But the strange thing is, we tell people not to criticize or judge others, yet we often criticize and judge ourselves harshly, even though the most precious thing in this world is oneself. And paradoxically, it is the people who criticize and judge themselves who also do so to others. It cannot be otherwise. How can one love others if one cannot love oneself? The I, our collection of experiences, acts almost like a dictator in our minds. It becomes the master and criticizes and judges itself. How ridiculous. It's a comedy in itself. Since the I is again criticizing and judging a thought that originated from the I, it ultimately means that one is criticizing and judging oneself. To be free from criticism, accept your desires or thoughts as they are. In psychology, it is spoken of in terms of the ego and the superego, but in the end, the two are the same. They can be divided linguistically, but not in reality. They are nothing more than the same I. At first glance, it may feel as if one is developing and improving, but that is just an illusion. For example, let's say you felt sexual desire for your own mother or father. At that time, the I superego, which is higher, judges the I ego, which is lower. Such thoughts are bad, and so you feel a sense of guilt. Then you seem to have transformed into a very moral person. But that is just an illusion. It has just been repressed into the unconscious for a moment. At any time, that desire will look for an opportunity to rise again. That thought becomes even more rampant. You become even more bound by that thought. It is by no means development or improvement. Do not be played by the tricks of that mind. To avoid the poison of the I, when the I tries to criticize itself, immediately contemplate and become aware of it, then it will not develop into an emotion and will stop immediately. Just as when a snake is about to bite, if you immediately twist its neck, you can be free from the snake's venom. For you to truly be free from that thought, your essence, life, love must become the master and acknowledge and accept such desires or thoughts as a part of yourself. Then the negative elements in your mind, meanness, foolishness, jealousy, shame, foolishness, irresponsibility, disloyalty, greed, violence, clumsiness, cowardice, indecisiveness, inferiority complex are all transformed into love. Because even negative elements are rooted in life-love energy, just as the wave is originally the sea. That is the way to truly love yourself. Only love can change you. Never forget the fact that the I ego in your mind criticizes, but your life love accepts and loves everything. Healing criticism too. She, a fashion designer, started dating a successful man. The man was born into a very wealthy family and had achieved great success overnight, as his business did well. He was very lazy because he didn't need to work hard. When she first met him, she respected him very much. But after learning of his laziness, she began to dislike him. One day, while she was working hard in her study, he was watching television in the living room. She suddenly burst into anger. "How can you laze around like that every day?" he said. "I don't need to work hard. My money is working for me." At those words, she became even angrier. So in the end, she broke up with him. In fact, in her own mind, there was also a desire to do nothing and laze around. There was also the thought that it would be nice if someone took care of her, and the desire to just have fun. However, she had always felt proud of herself for working hard towards her goals, so whenever such thoughts came to mind, she would criticize and suppress them. But when that man appeared and revealed the very part of herself that she had been criticizing, she became angry. It was, in fact, an anger towards the laziness within her own mind. She was getting angry at her own reflection in the mirror of the other person. My friend's girlfriend, whenever she saw a man and a woman engaged in sexual activity, would think it was very dirty and criticize them. "What are you doing, like animals?" She had grown up as an orphan and had been sexually abused by the men around her from a young age. Therefore, she could not even tolerate herself sleeping with a man. That attitude was projected onto others as well. My friend, whenever he saw people gathered together, watching a video, would always criticize them like this: "Pathetic people, don't you have anything better to do? Wasting your precious lives watching videos." He usually restrained himself even when the desire to watch a video arose, thinking that watching videos was a waste of a precious life. On the rare occasion that he happened to watch a video because it was so interesting, after watching it all, he would mutter to himself, I wasted precious time. I shouldn't have watched it. What's wrong with me?" He could not tolerate such a self. We criticize others because we cannot accept certain things about ourselves. Within our own hearts, it is something we have created as we have lived. It also stems from a kind of experience. In the case of the two men, it stemmed from their own fixed ideas or principles. In the case of the woman, who was an orphan, from her past experiences. And in the case of the fashion designer, from her own strict life principles. That is the I ego. That I is the main culprit of the criticism. Criticism makes the I ego even stronger. But what is important is the fact that this kind of criticism never helps our spiritual growth or happiness. Criticism of oneself makes it impossible to love oneself, and criticism of others makes one hate others. Furthermore, such criticism only makes the I stronger. If that happens, we become even more distant from our essence, life-love. In criticism, there is neither sympathy nor love. There is only hatred for the object, and the person who makes such criticism always feels a sense of superiority because they stand above the object being criticized. That is the subtle way the I ego maintains itself. A person who lives with such an unknown sense of superiority when they happen to be criticized by others, ironically cannot control their anger. They are tormented by the I within themselves. At such times we say this, "You reap what you sow." That is why, when we criticize others, we must quickly look into our own minds, whether we would make the same criticism to ourselves in the same situation. Probably 9 times out of 10 we would. It is because of some fixed idea or past experience we have, that is, the I. Quickly become aware of it and immediately escape from the obstacle it causes. In the place where the cloud called I has disappeared, you will realize that our essence, life, was just there from the beginning like a clear autumn sky. That is love. Part 3. The self-healing through understanding. Understanding is the supreme method for eliminating stress from the mind. 1. Healing through understanding phenomena. Countless phenomena exist in this world. What is important, however, is the fact that we can be influenced by these phenomena. That is, if we misunderstand phenomena, we can bring suffering upon ourselves. Therefore, we need to correctly understand the various phenomena that exist in the world. That understanding will make us more accepting and loving people. Understanding what it means to love oneself. Do you truly love yourself? When asked this, most people cannot easily answer. Or rather, it would be more accurate to say it is, because they do not clearly know the meaning of the words, to love oneself. What is the true meaning of loving oneself? If we clearly understood this concept, we might be able to love ourselves more. We tend to understand loving oneself as doing whatever one wants. However, a life lived doing whatever one wants is likely to cause conflict and discord with those around. If that happens, that person's life becomes isolated from the world, they eventually become unloved by others, and they cannot enjoy an abundant life. That is not loving oneself. Therefore, a person who truly loves themselves is one who does not inflict harm upon themselves internally or externally, and enables themselves to enjoy love, abundance, and freedom. Hurting your own heart is not loving yourself. If someone insults you and your heart is seized with anger, and you unknowingly punch them, breaking their teeth, and as a result, you have to go back and forth to the police station, give a statement, reach a settlement, and pay for medical expenses. For a while, your life would become as chaotic as a tangled thread. So was doing what your heart wanted truly loving yourself? Didn't it rather inflict pain on your own heart and throw your life into disarray? Which then is the act of loving yourself more? An insult is just words. In this context, Korean words. As mentioned before, the I, which is a collection of past experiences that includes knowing Korean, immediately interprets the insult upon hearing it, identifies it as such, and at that moment, emotions arise, causing anger. If you didn't know Korean, anger would not arise. This happens so instantaneously that it is very difficult to control. Here too we are being dominated by the I. If we do not know our own essence, we can be exposed to such situations at any time. A friend's wife lost 2 million won one day. It was money she had saved diligently, so her mental anguish was immense. For several days her mind was unsettled by the thought of it, so she became irritable with her husband and children for no reason, making everyone around her uncomfortable. That is not an act of loving oneself. If she truly loved herself, she should contemplate her mind, which is suffering from attachment to money, and realize, this is the suffering of my I, the collection of past experiences that knows what money is. This is not my essence. If I were to lose my memory right now, there would be no reason to suffer, would there? And quickly escape from that suffering and return to life, which is the pure present. She should regain her original calm and peaceful mind. That is the way for her to truly love herself. Of course, it would be best not to lose the money at all. Therefore, hurting your own heart is not loving yourself. I fell in love with her. It was something I deeply desired. However, as time went on, the pain of love grew greater than the joy of love. What if she suddenly leaves my side one day? Why hasn't she called today? Has she grown tired of me? No, she's with another man. This jealousy. I asked her to go on vacation together. Why is she going with her friends? This indescribable anxiety, impatience, conflict, and anguish of the heart. What on earth is this? I never wanted such a state, but my mind had not a single peaceful day. If so, am I truly loving myself? Is driving my own heart into all sorts of pain and confusion truly loving myself? That is by no means loving oneself. If I truly love myself, I must always fill my heart with peace and love. To do so, I must contemplate and endure all the desires and fears that the I-ego in my mind is causing. I am now trying to fill the emptiness in my heart with a woman, because I myself am lonely. Of course, few people are perfect from birth. It could be said that it is the way of all of us to mature ourselves by experiencing numerous hardships, trials, and mental suffering as we grow up. It would be the natural order to discover life, love after going through the agony caused by the I. However, here, I am only trying to explain the true meaning of the words to love oneself. Not correcting your own flaws is not loving yourself. A friend's nephew is always bullied at school. Because of this, he hates going to school and has lost the will to live, often thinking about suicide. But it turns out there was a reason why he was bullied so much by his friends. He ate his lunch alone, didn't share interesting books with his friends, and acted like a know-it-all in class. In short, he only did things that his friends would find disagreeable. So here, is he truly loving himself? He is living as he pleases. But the result is being ostracized by his friends. He tried to ignore being bullied by his friends, but he could not help the discomfort in his own heart. That is not truly loving oneself. If he truly loved himself, he should reflect on his actions so far and correct his faults. He must achieve harmony with his surroundings. Of course, if he is bullied by his friends, even when he has done nothing wrong, it stems from their jealousy or inferiority complex. So there is no need to be greatly distressed or concerned about it. However, he grew up as an only child from a young age and did not receive proper guidance from his parents. So that way of life had become a habit in his mind, something he considered natural. It was deeply rooted in the I within him. Such habitual past behavior resulted in him being bullied. Salaried worker A, who had just joined the company, loved to drink and was often late for work. Because he would gather with friends almost every evening to play pool or poker, and even at work he did only the bare minimum, and spent the rest of his time doing what he wanted, sleeping where others couldn't see, making large amounts of copies for personal use, secretly skipping company, wide gatherings for a date with his girlfriend, drinking coffee alone, sneaking out before closing time, and always refusing a colleague's request for help, saying he was busy and so on. As a result, no one in the company liked him. Many people advised him about his attitude, but he showed no change in behavior at all. A short time later, he was eventually fired from the company. He pleased his own heart and did what his heart desired, and thus his heart was satisfied, but the result was dismissal. Is this truly an act of loving oneself? If he was pointed at and hated by everyone, lost his job, and had to move between lodgings, costing 100,000 won a month without even enough money to boil ramen, it could never be said that he truly loved himself. Everyone has flaws. Some of those flaws are very detrimental to social life, while others are not. If a person has a detrimental flaw, they will undoubtedly be alienated by those around them, be unloved, not be promoted, or not be living a satisfying life. Look at beggars. Do they seem to love themselves? Living as things come, not striving to make oneself a better being, that is a shortcut to making one's life lonely, poor, and miserable. That is not truly loving oneself. A person who truly loves themselves corrects their flaws with patience and sincerity, constantly strives for their own development, and polishes their character to become a more harmonious and complete human being. They face the I ego within themselves and liberate themselves from its confinement. In short, a person not correcting their flaws is because they do not love their own life. As long as we live as the I, we are bound to constantly clash with the external world, and that clashing continuously wounds our own hearts. Also, a life that follows the I, which endlessly seeks comfort and moves by desire to maintain itself, fails to achieve harmony with its surroundings, ultimately resulting in not being loved by others. Such a life cannot be happy, because happiness is found among people and is possible only when one gives and receives love from people. Dependence gives birth to attachment, and attachment gives birth to suffering. Our essence, life, is originally an energy like empty space itself, so the I ego fears facing its true self. Therefore, the I tries to escape from that emptiness by filling its mind with as many things as possible. The more the I possesses, the more it deludes itself into thinking it has become something and feels satisfaction in that. It is right here that human suffering begins. Dependence on the object that gives satisfaction, that is attachment, and that attachment becomes suffering. Originally, our essence, life, is love itself, freedom, harmony, and truth. However, because it is an empty state of energy, it is natural that from the perspective of the I, it may be felt as emptiness. The I, fearing confrontation with that emptiness, has no choice but to escape from it, because it feels like a being of nothingness. Thus it forms relationships with numerous things, fills its empty mind with numerous things, and depends on them. Erich Fromm called this state escape from freedom. To be free, one must be able to stand completely alone, free from dependence on everything, but from the perspective of the I, it feels so frightening because it is a state like death. Therefore, people give up freedom and choose dependence, even knowing that dependence gives birth to attachment, and attachment gives birth to suffering. The fear I mentioned earlier of losing her while in love is also caused by the I, and the feelings of jealousy, resentment, and impatience are all caused by the I. The I ego is trying to fill its own emptiness with the object of a woman to maintain itself, and when that doesn't work well, it shows such symptoms. Ultimately, driving my own heart into suffering is by no means an act of loving myself. Loving yourself requires courage. Loving oneself requires considerable courage. While you are dependent on something, you are inevitably bound by that object, and when that bondage constantly inflicts pain on your life, your unconscious cries out the truth to break free from that bondage. Yet, due to the fear of how to live after breaking free from the dependent state, there are many cases where people live with that object while suffering. At such times, true courage is needed. If you are doing something you dislike, but continue to do it to make a living, you are not truly loving yourself. Listen to the yearning of your life. Listen to the voice of that truth. There lies the work you truly love. Find that work quickly. That is the way to truly love yourself. To do so, courage is needed. You must quit that job and set out to find the work you truly love. Or you can continue with the disliked work until you can do the work you love, changing gradually. It may take 3 years, it may take 5 years. So do not be in too much of a hurry. Do not be afraid either. Life always guides the way forward for those who love life. Never lose courage and hope. Life is omnipotent, so believe only in life and go the way life wants. That way is the way of freedom. The way of confinement and oppression is not the way life wants. There is no happiness there. That is by no means loving oneself. Understanding sacrifice. Sacrifice. This is a problem that can never be omitted when we talk about true love. It is said that true love is accompanied by sacrifice. So what then is true sacrifice? When we love someone, we want to make that person happy. Otherwise, it is not love. It is merely self-pleasure. There was a kind and naive woman. Her lover was very poor. Her lover was very good at studying. She wanted to support him. She wanted to make him her splendid possession. So she went to work in a bar to earn money. She paid for all his expenses, including his allowance and tuition. In that way, her lover finally graduated from college and entered a large corporation with excellent grades. However, at some point, her lover began to drift away from her. In the end, he bid her farewell and left for another woman. She had sacrificed so much to raise him, but the only reward she received was bitter pain. Why did such a tragedy occur? It was because of her excessive attachment. Attachment binds the other person. Her lover did not say it, but he implicitly felt his life being constrained by her excessive attachment and wanted to escape from that confinement. Moreover, because she was so attached to him, there was no tension or vitality between them. True love is when two independent beings maintain freshness in a state of tension and vitality in a free situation. Her lover literally felt bored. This is the reason their love came to a catastrophic end. So how can we know true sacrifice? True sacrifice is not accompanied by a sense of deprivation or anger. True sacrifice is accompanied by a sense of reward and joy. Because that sacrifice does not stem from attachment, there is no suffering. Although physical and mental energy is expended, it does not generate a sense of deprivation, anger, or self-loathing, because it is unconditional love. Because one truly loves, that sacrifice is no longer a sacrifice. Because it is something one truly enjoys doing, no suffering follows. A sacrifice made because one enjoys building an orphanage for orphans, feeding them, educating them, and enabling them to live. A complete life in society is not a sacrifice. Because it is unconditional love, it does not matter if the orphans do not repay them in any way. Because the act itself is a joy, they feel no sense of deprivation or anger, even if nothing comes back to them. A woman who lost her husband early and sacrifices her entire life for her child often feels this sense of deprivation and anger. Although she says she is sacrificing herself for her child, it is nothing but deceiving herself. To truly love her child, she must first know how to love her own life. Because she did not, she feels a sense of deprivation and anger. At such times, mothers often say, "I have sacrificed my whole life for you. How can you do this to me?" If you have lost your husband, it doesn't matter if you remarry or live alone. That is your choice. Choose the path where both you and your children can be happy. That is the middle way, harmony and love. This is the way to truly love yourself. However, if instead you abandon all your children for your own happiness and go into the arms of another man, that is not love. It is nothing more than a selfish act for the eye alone. Such a woman can never feel a heart, swelling joy and sense of reward wherever she goes. The capacity to love others is proportional to the capacity to love oneself. If you are doing something and you think it is a sacrifice, it is because it is not something you truly love. In such a case, if no reward comes to you, you will unknowingly develop self-loathing, a sense of deprivation and anger. Therefore, quit such work immediately and do what you truly love. Then you will be able to make a true sacrifice. We must first know how to love ourselves. If you don't know how to love yourself, you will deceive yourself by doing something you don't even like under the pretext of sacrificing yourself. Such work will only bring you pain. It is not what our life truly wants. If that work were what our life truly wanted, even if our body and mind were a little tired, our inner heart would feel true joy and a sense of reward. That joy and reward are the evidence of true sacrifice. That is why Jesus also said, "Love your neighbor as yourself." He did not say to love your neighbor more than yourself, but to love them as yourself. He said to love others as you love yourself. Ultimately, the capacity to truly love others is proportional to the capacity to love oneself. Seen in that light, the most important thing in true love is to truly love oneself, and whether one's actions are true love or not can be judged by whether one's life truly feels joy and a sense of reward or not. Understanding men and women. If a man and a woman fight, who will win? The man, not a chance. The woman will surely win. Just because he has physically overpowered her does not mean he has won. If they fight in the marketplace, the man will run away first. It is truly not because of his pride. It is because in that tenacious and persistent strength, a man is no match for a woman. Even at home, except for a few men with a certain spirit, it is a very rare thing to see a man win a fight against a woman in a marital dispute. So what is it that makes a woman so strong? It is because the masculine energy hidden within a woman erupts. A woman in whom only the inner man rampages becomes unsightly. In the I Ching, woman is represented by the outside is yin, but the inside has two yangs. If the yin on the side disappears, a powerful yang energy erupts. That is why even the most gentle woman, when her stubbornness is provoked and her yin energy is stripped away, transforms into a formidable man. When a woman's yang energy begins to pour out, whether fighting, dancing, cursing, or gossiping, no one can stop her. It is completely uncontrollable. At that time, a clumsy man cannot even approach. Once a woman loses her shame, there is nothing she cannot do. A woman who has lost her feminine energy after her 30s is the most masculine. At that point, a woman no longer has any sense of shame or face. The indiscriminate, lewd talk in a bathhouse where only naked women can gather there, not a single feminine thing can be found. A woman in whom only the animus, the man within a woman, rampages becomes this unsightly. On the other hand, a woman who is too feminine, who closes her door and only retreats inward, suffocates her animus, causing strange fits. In front of a completely blocked feminine energy, a man suffocates. She does not bestow any love and is always lonely. However, a woman who is in harmony with the animus, the man within herself, finally bestows yin virtue. Yin virtue is like a fragrance emanating from a woman in harmony with her animus, and that fragrance is also a great power that can move all men, like a mother. A woman who is not fixated on feminine energy alone and does not suffocate her animus, and also a woman whose feminine energy is not depleted and has not hardened into a man, is beautiful. Such a woman has virtue and draws a man's love. She gains a flexible resilience within a fresh energy, and becomes a woman who gives vitality and vigor to others. A man in whom only the inner woman remains becomes pathetic. On the other hand, what about men? There is no ideal woman who is a perfect match for a man. He will not find a woman who suits his heart. Even if he goes to the ends of the earth, even if he did find one, it would soon become increasingly clear that she is not the woman he had imagined, and all that would be left for him is disappointment and emptiness. That is because the opposite sex he has envisioned is not outside but inherent within himself, the woman inherent in a man, that is the anima. For a man, his mother would have been the closest to his anima. When a man began to know the opposite sex, how much he searched for a woman who most closely possessed his mother's beauty. However, a man's true and eternal ideal wife is within the man himself. Until he meets that woman, a man's search for a woman will not end. Even until the final moment of death, biologists know that a man's body contains the physical characteristics of a woman, not only in physical characteristics, but also psychologically, a man holds a woman within himself. That is why when a man has an affair, a woman may accept it, but a stingy and vulgar man becomes the most fiercely jealous. At that time, a woman's jealousy is nothing. A man will even try to kill the woman who had an affair immediately. That vulgarity and stinginess, the jealousy of a man who knows only what is his, that is the work of your anima. Men usually pretend to be broad-minded and generous, but if even a little of their masculine shell is peeled away, they become the most petty and stingy. At that time, a woman sees not a man, but the most vicious woman in him. When men rampage masculinely and use up all their yang power, they are reduced to the weakest and most pitiful woman. How many pathetic non-women are there among men over 60 who take on all the work of a woman, such as sweeping and cleaning rooms and cooking food? It is because their masculine power is exhausted and only the feminine remains. Therefore, a man must never let only the woman within him remain. When only the woman within them remains, men become the most pathetic and pitiful. A man should be a thick and sturdy fence that surrounds a flower garden. However, he must also not let only the masculine remain in him. When only the masculine remains in a man, he becomes violent, desolate, tries to destroy everything, and finally collapses from exhaustion. A man can grow like a tree that grows more lush day by day, only in harmony with the woman inherent within him. In a man who gives joy to others and succeeds on his own, we see the harmony of the two energies. It is like the Taeguk, where the two extremes of yin and yang achieve harmony within a single circle. If you endure the functioning of the I, true individuality will blossom. Then how can we achieve harmony with the animus and anima within ourselves? It is by sacrificing the desires of the I ego. Depending on whether one is a woman or a man, there is a difference in the functioning of the I within us. Women function in a yin manner, and men function in a yang manner. Therefore, if we contemplate and endure the functioning of the I, well, the opposite attribute within oneself, that is, the yang aspect in women and the yin aspect in men, will be revealed, and yin and yang will achieve harmony. In other words, if we contemplate and endure the functioning of the I ego in our minds, the unconscious will gradually be integrated with the conscious. Then the animus and anima hidden in each of our unconsciouses will be revealed. True individuality, wholeness will blossom. The word individuality is the noun form of individual, which is formed by adding in to dividual. It means one that can no longer be divided. A person who has become one with life-love has found the woman and man within themselves, so they no longer have a thirst for love, because they have become one with the love within them. They are a man and a woman at the same time. They possess both genders. Sometimes they are soft like a woman, and sometimes they are rough like a man. When they are angry, they are fiery, and when they are calm, they are endlessly calm. Sometimes they shed tears, and sometimes they are scary. They have no specific image, because they change according to the situation. Seen in this light, we must ultimately master love life. Ultimately, that is the only shortcut to true happiness. Understanding religion. There are countless religions in this world. They all speak of love and compassion. Yet our lives do not seem to have become any happier. As time goes on, people seem to be growing more unhappy. Religion has become merely a refuge to console their unhappiness, rather than truly bringing love into this world. Some religions, on the contrary, only bring conflict, war, and division to the world. So what then is true religion? In truth, religion is something we humans created. In ancient times, there was no such thing as religion on this earth. It was created by the followers of sages who appeared. Now these have become mere knowledge. They are no longer a vibrant, living reality, but concepts and knowledge to be memorized, studied, and asserted. There is no longer love in them. The essence of religion is love. Love existed even in the era before religion. The sages merely appeared and awakened people to it. Life exists in everyone. The sages were born into this world to awaken people to the power of that life-love. Their teachings are simply being passed down in this world under the name of religion. Here, I wish to speak about the essence of religion in a way that is truly easy to understand. You only need to empty your mind and listen. This is because we inherently possess the ability to understand the truth. If, however, you listen with the religious knowledge or dogma you have acquired while growing up, you will not be able to see the truth. The knowledge you hold is nothing more than the I ego within your mind, and that I, having a force of attraction to protect itself, will turn away from the truth even if it sees it. This is because otherwise the very foundation of its existence would be shaken to its roots. Therefore, you must listen in your original, pure state of life, which does not depend on any existing knowledge. You must listen with a pure, blank mind, untainted by any knowledge. Then the truth will begin to reveal itself. As you read this, I hope you will listen to the voice of your heart. You will be able to discover the I ego hidden within your mind. This is an unparalleled opportunity. Discover the I within your mind. True religion is to explore the I. True religion is within your heart. If you did not exist, this world would have no reason for being. It is because you are alive that this world gains meaning. Therefore, what is most important is that you are alive. That aliveness is life itself. That life is an energy that fills this universe. It is also called chi. In other words, that energy does not die and is eternal. You are all likely familiar with the law of conservation of energy. Life is energy. Energy does not die. We all possess such an immortal life. That life is love and true religion? Life itself has the attributes of love, harmony, and freedom. Jesus also said, I am the way, the truth, and the life. Life is love, and love is truth. Therefore, a true religious spirit is the constant exploration of what is truth, that is, what is love. The scriptures of each religion express this path in various ways and languages. Scriptures are helpful to those who truly seek. However, they are of no use to those who believe blindly without inquiry. They become nothing but feed that strengthens the I. Thus, they degenerate into knowledge that incites fights with people of other religions. The problem, however, is this: why is it that everyone possesses life, yet cannot master love? If life is freedom, harmony, and love, then everyone should be living a life full of freedom and love. Why is our reality not so? It is because of the I ego. This is the main culprit that obstructs the action of life-love. To explore that I ego and thereby be eternally liberated from its bondage, this is true religion. For this to be possible, you must clearly know what your essence, life-love, is, and let it become the master that controls the desires of the I ego. We must realize that the self we usually think of is merely an illusion created as we grow, and that our life is our true essence and reality. True religion is found at the end of inquiry. To explore who am I and reclaim your true essence, life-love, that is true religion. Religion is also a form of knowledge. In fact, even religion is a form of knowledge. It too becomes a tool, a material, and feed to satisfy the desires of the I. The I, which originally has no substance, seeks to escape its own futility and fear of death by filling the void with something called religion, thereby getting the feeling that it will be eternal. This is the subtle maneuvering of the I. Without realizing this mechanism, we will never know what love or truth is. Attachment to religion only makes the I stronger. For example, if someone were to severely slander and attack the religion you believe in, your mind would not be at peace. You would come to hate the other person, and in severe cases, you would fight with them. That is not love. That is not religion. It is merely an act of protecting the I. It is only an insistence on one's own mind that believes in the religion. The countless wars and massacres in human history caused by religion were all instigated by the I ego within us. Therefore, do not recklessly believe what you know. Always doubt your own knowledge. A truly religious person does not depend on anything. They do not belong to any religion. Jesus, Gautama Buddha, Muhammad, Laozi, Zhuangzi, Socrates, Confucius, none of them belonged to any religion. Religions were made by the people who followed them. A truly religious person follows the will of life-love. They live with life-love as the master, free from the domination of the I ego. Therefore, their lives are free, harmonious, and natural. A life of life, a life of love. That alone is true religion. 2. Healing through understanding love life. Life love is pure energy. It is eternal. By the action of that energy, all things were created and life was born, and by that energy, the collection of experiences called our I ego also came into being, the death of that I. That is the true resurrection of life love, the beginning of a true life. About love. What is true love? What is the real reason we desire love? Why do people search for love their entire lives? Schopenhauer said this in his Metaphysics of Love. The feeling of love is the will to preserve the species. Through the sacrifice of the individual, the task of the species takes precedence over the individual. By falling into the delusion and illusion of love and being possessed by love, the individual suffers, but the generation continues. It is said that Schopenhauer, through such a rational consideration of sexual love, tried to help those who were or would be in love, those individuals who were sacrificing their personal happiness in delusion, by telling people never to fall in love. If you look at the animal kingdom, that is indeed true. The fact that nature makes two people with completely different personalities fall in love may be nature's manipulation to produce a better second generation in terms of personality, although the two people will suffer infinitely due to personality differences. However, there is one thing that Schopenhauer overlooked. The reason we humans are struck by Cupid's arrow and fall in love is not only for the preservation of the species, but ultimately for the evolution of life. He said that all living creatures are playthings for the preservation of the species in the universe, which seems to be a statement born of his arrogance. However, true humility is a life that knows the will of heaven and follows that will. That is our true destiny. Even if that destiny is a path of hardship, if it is the path one must take, one must endure it steadfastly and follow it faithfully. That is why Jesus was crucified according to the will of heaven, and that is why Nietzsche also said, "Love your fate." But the truly great thing that allows humans to be the Lord of all creation is that they can escape from being a mere plaything of the universe and become life-love itself. By being struck by Cupid's arrow and falling into the illusion of love, even if we suffer countless pains due to a partner of the opposite personality, we humans can discover true love within that. It is possible only when we understand and overcome the countless sufferings experienced in our sacrifices. It is possible by escaping from the I ego that feels pain. Love is the instinct of the individual to become one with the whole. Originally, all beings in the world have an instinct to become one with the whole. In fact, this universe is one, just as our body is ultimately one, although countless cells are active with their respective functions within it. If you place a small drop of water and a large drop of water close together, the small drop is absorbed by the large drop. Similarly, the individual called I also has an instinct to become one with the whole. That manifests as the action of love. However, we humans are unique in that we have an I, and we always have a feeling of being separated from the whole. That is because the I is blocking the space between our own life and nature like a membrane. When we were very young, this membrane was almost non-existent, so we did not feel separated from nature, but as we grew up, this membrane became thicker and we grew further and further away from nature. This feeling of separation gives the I the fear of death and pain. Because nature is eternal, but the individual is finite. Just as the sea is eternal, but a drop of water is finite. For a drop of water to be eternal, it must jump into the sea. That is like death to the drop of water, but that is the way for the drop of water to be eternal. Therefore, for us to be eternal like nature life, we must remove the membrane called I that is blocking the space between nature and our life. This membrane called I separates us from the whole, causes pain, and makes us feel the fear of death. Therefore, this I must die for us to become one with the whole. So why do we desire love? Because while we are in love, we can become one with the whole. For that moment, we can become one with nature and feel no sense of separation. While in love, the I does not exist. No, we can forget the I. The reason people indulge in alcohol, drugs, and all other kinds of pleasure is to forget the sense of separation from the whole caused by this I and the unconscious fear of death that results from it. It is to forget the frustration of the desires of the I and the resulting pain. So love is the instinct of the individual to become one with the whole nature. It is also the struggle of the I to escape from the fear of death. However, to master eternal life love, the I ego must die. This is the paradox of love. In fact, true love is like death. That death is the death of the I. Without the death of the I, one cannot become one with love life. In that sense, the words love, death, life are synonyms. True love is like death. Ultimately, to love is to jump into death. For true love, the I ego must die. The reason pain accompanies love is because of the I. The I tries to protect itself, but love does not allow it. Each person constantly inflicts pain on the other's world of experience, the I. Therefore, it is not easy to maintain the I. The reason couples or lovers fight constantly when they return to reality after becoming one in love is because of the attachment of their respective I's. Without severing that attachment, love is difficult. The saying we break up because we love may be because one side can no longer endure the pain of the I, because in that pain it feels like the I will die. It is for the I to live, but what is important here is the fact that for true love, the I that fears death must die. Therefore, true love is not easy. One must be prepared for countless pains. However, that pain is a necessary process for discovering true love. Suffering is God's grace and the gate to liberation. The fact that we meet and love someone of the opposite personality may be a meticulous plan of this universe to make us discover true love by giving each other pain, and it may be that it wants everyone to return to the primordial home of life, love, that is, the world of God, as soon as possible. That is why hardship and trials are called God's smile, God's grace, and suffering is the gate to liberation. That may be why our life hates someone who loves us more than we love ourselves. In my case, because I loved her more than she loved herself, which is attachment, not love, her life may have unconsciously felt a sense of rejection and displeasure due to the feeling of being constrained and tenaciously clung to my attachment. To make me realize my mistake in love, life sends a danger signal when it deviates from the law of self-preservation. My unconscious seemed to know that it was a mistake in love, and I felt a sense of deprivation deep in my heart. Nevertheless, the I in my mind ignored that inner voice and continued to be attached to her. That attachment may have given satisfaction to the I within her, but her unconscious would have felt a sense of constraint and pressure, because attachment only oppresses the other's love and freedom, and never helps them grow. Ultimately, what life wants is true love. It wants us to mature into true adults in the pain of love. Also, true love is to make the other person love themselves more and thus grow. That is why love must sometimes be cold. About the agony of love. Everyone, upon reaching a certain age, begins to long for the opposite sex. Regardless of gender, most experience puberty around middle school. Sometimes it's even earlier. In any case, whether they are aware of it or not, They are dominated by the instinct of species preservation and begin a relentless search for a mate. The process is the same for animals. When the time comes, they too lure a mate in all sorts of shapes and ways for mating. Look at something like Animal Kingdom. How desperate their mating behavior is. After mating, they soon give birth to young. But strangely, they seem to have almost no attachment to their partner, or anything like the agony of love. We humans, however, have this thing called the agony of love. We humans, when someone we like appears from that moment on, we pour all our energy into that person. Fortunately, if the other person is drawn to us, we rejoice as if we have gained the whole world. But does the other person ever do as we wish? The agony of love is just beginning. When sacrifice is required of oneself due to external factors, or the difficult situation of the other person, in a relationship, that agony is particularly severe. In such cases, most people step back and declare a breakup, or they can't help, but feel their love for the other person fading. Then they set out to find a mate again. At that moment, we lose a very precious opportunity, the opportunity to master the love that God bestows on humans, the opportunity to find our essence, life love. True love sprouts in the agony of love. The I ego tries to maintain itself by the law of attraction. That is the desire of the I. The pain of love follows because of the desire of that I. Therefore, the sacrifice of oneself in the process of loving is the sacrifice of this I. That sacrifice is an adventure, a risk, and is like a partial death of the I. Love is like an adventure that requires the I to take on immense risks. By jumping into an unknown world, it is not an easy thing to stay by the side of a loved one who is in the worst situation and endure the risks together, because it is an act of jumping into an unknown future. Nevertheless, if we do not step back and sacrifice ourselves for our beloved, sparing nothing and enduring all difficulties, we will finally be able to understand what God is trying to convey to us through the agony of love. The message that in the agony of love the I dies and life love is resurrected. On the other hand, in the process of such love, countless conflicts arise within us. That's why a singer sang, "I want to break free, I want to break free from you." However, that is a statement that comes from not having insight into where the cause of that agony originates. If we had proper insight into the cause, we would have found the embers of true love in that agony of love. In fact, when you fall in love, or rather, when you truly fall in love, you want to make the other person happy even if you are suffering yourself. In some cases, you may be unwillingly dragged along because you don't want to lose the other person, even though your heart is in pain. Even so, if that state continues, there will come a time when you become self-aware. I am too attached to this person. Then, from that point on, you will slowly cut the strings of your attachment to the other person one by one, because that is the only way to be free from the pain of the mind. Otherwise, you will have to endure such pain for the rest of your life. He will now know how comfortable a state of mind without attachment is. When he is finally completely free from the agony of love in that state of awareness, he will no longer fall into the agony of love, and he will also graduate from human love. This is God's grace and love bestowed upon the person who is loved truly. The love of God is hidden in the love of Eros. If one can love a single person through any difficulty, they will be able to quench their thirst for love through the love for that one person. And their life thereafter will be a life that pursues not human love, but the love of God. Now, in their eyes, their wife or husband will also be seen not as their possession, but as an individual. And also, When they look at someone, they will not see them as their outer shell, but in a single moment, the growth rings of their entire life, their hopes, agonies, longings, loves, joys, sorrows, resentments, angers, etc., will be felt all at once. And they cannot help but feel compassion for the pathos of their lives, which have the same heart as they have experienced, because they have experienced countless pains of the soul through the continuous sacrifice of desire. That is why, even when they see a small insect or a single nameless flower blooming in the field, they feel the pathos of the life that single individual has lived through, as if it were their own. How can we expect inhuman acts stemming from the conveniences of modern civilization from such a person? Isn't this what distinguishes humans from beasts? If we humans fail to awaken to the love of God through the agony of love, we would, in fact, be no different from beasts. The love with the opposite sex that we usually experience from puberty is a love that does not transcend the animalistic level. It is merely the love of eros to satisfy one's own desires. But remember that within that love of eros, the love of God is latent, because the love of agape sprouts in the agony of love. In that sense, the love of all of us is so precious, in that it is the starting point. However, we must ultimately master the 0 point of love there. A love without any attachment, a 0 point that transcends both genders, not leaning towards yin or yang. It can also be called the middle way. That point is a world full of love, freedom, and harmony. This is the essence of life, the essence of love. About the wisdom of life. Life has the law of self-preservation. Trees, when the cold approaches, begin to change their leaves and shed them one by one. Migratory birds move to other places in search of food when the time comes. Bees store honey to survive the winter when there are no flowers. Salmon, to lay their eggs, return to their mother river, which has the optimal conditions for their offspring to hatch safely. Fish have the skill to camouflage themselves in colors, nearly identical to their surroundings, to protect themselves from enemies. Look at the flounder, the octopus, the chameleon. An animal is the same. Insects build their homes perfectly without ever having learned how. When birds travel long distances, they always fly in flocks. They form the shape of a large bird to easily create an air current and fly much farther distances. Slugs, when they need to cross a river for food, do so by teleportation. Animals sense in advance when a flood or earthquake will occur and evacuate to a safe place. All of this can only be described as the mystery of life. These are all ways that life has evolved in various ways to preserve itself. The instinct of self-preservation for survival, the instinct of species preservation, it is ultimately for the evolution of life. This instinct is no exception for us humans. The law of self-preservation also works in humans. However, its effect is weaker than in other living creatures. Why is that? Why are we, who call ourselves the lords of all creation, less adept at self-preservation than lower animals? It is because of the I ego. The I, a collection of experiences we have accumulated as we grew up, covers our original, pure life energy, preventing its functions from working properly. Clouds called thought and desire are always in the clear sky, preventing the light of life from shining through. Then, occasionally, when the clouds disappear, the light may luckily shine through for a moment. But there are few who properly recognize that light. To gain the wisdom of life, one must escape from the domination of the I. So how can one gain the wisdom of life? It is by clearing away the cloud called the I. No, it is by escaping from its domination. Because one cannot eliminate thought. That is only possible for a dead body. The sky is more beautiful when there are clouds. For most people, love is obscured by the eye, so they are stuck together as if one. Therefore, people live almost entirely dominated by the I. However, by knowing the concepts of life, love and the I ego, and by having life as the subject, contemplating, understanding, and enduring the actions of the I one by one, a gap slowly begins to form between one's essence, life, and the I. Then, as self-understanding deepens, life and the I become completely separated. That is becoming one with life, the path to reaching the inner heaven. Such a person becomes the wisdom of life itself and lives a life of freedom, love, and harmony, the attributes of life. It becomes an awakened life. Their consciousness, which was limited to themselves, extends to the ends of the universe. To them, even future events are easily sensed. This is because life, to preserve itself, extends the antenna of its wisdom to the ends of the universe to detect all dangers. This is the mechanism by which animals sense the future. We ordinary people all possess this ability to some extent. There are just those who use it well and those who do not. Listen to the yearning of life. Life is close to our unconscious. Most of us are using only about 30% of our potential. Our unconscious occupies about 70%. The power of this unconscious can be seen as the true power of our life, because life is an undying energy that has existed since the beginning of time. It is said that all the memories of the immeasurable past are accumulated in our unconscious. That is what entered our bodies one day through the act of love of our parents. All our past is hidden there. The seed of our individuality is in it. That is why everyone has different talents and different personalities. Those who are curious about what they truly love to do should listen to their inner voice. The answer is hidden within you. Find it. The rose has a yearning to bloom as a rose. The pumpkin has a yearning to bear fruit as a pumpkin, and the sunflower has a yearning to blossom as a sunflower, each hidden in its seed. Find that yearning. Listen to the unstoppable yearning of life. The fundamental desire of life is creation. Create your own color. If you desire it earnestly, it will be achieved. We dream while we sleep. Our desires are hidden in our dreams. Dreams try to resolve those desires. Life has the law of self-preservation and moves in a direction to resolve the desires we have. Otherwise, it would become stress and eat away at life. Nevertheless, if we ignore and do not follow the wisdom that life teaches, that stress can go too far and potentially destroy life. So life stops the function of the I to block its desires. This is the mechanism by which a person goes mad. Life always tries to relieve our stress. If you need to urinate while sleeping, it relieves the body's stress by making you dream of urinating. If you wanted to hit someone because of something unpleasant that happened during the day, but held back because of your dignity, it relieves that stress by making you hit someone in a dream. If you watched a pornographic video and then had a dream in which you had sex with a beautiful woman, that relieved the physical stress caused by your sexual desires. This is all for our essence, life, to preserve itself. Also, if we desire something earnestly, if we truly desire it with our whole being, life will grant us what we want, even if it takes some time. It gives us various inspirations to achieve it. You may have had the experience of falling asleep while worrying about a problem, and then suddenly thinking of the answer upon waking up. That is your unconscious life relieving that stress to protect itself. Inspiration comes from earnestness. Because life is omnipotent, it knows all the answers. However, it is given only to those who knock. That is the wisdom of life. Knock and it shall be opened. Heaven helps those who help themselves. Do all that is in your power and leave the rest to heaven's will. Jin Ren Shidai Tian Ming. Here, heaven can be replaced with the word life or God. All these words speak of the same truth. Therefore, if there is difficulty in life, listen to your inner voice, the wisdom of life. Because all answers are in our minds, in our unconscious. Our unconscious, our life, is originally one with this universe. About life, people usually live as things come, saying that life is a fleeting dream, a mere dream or futile. And yet, there seems to be something suspicious in a corner of their minds. However, in fact, our life is not futile. To think it is futile is because one misunderstands something about life. So what is a true life? Originally, when we were born into this world from our mother's womb, we were born with nothing. That was our everything. Then, as time passed, various experiences accumulated in our minds, and the concept of the I ego arose. We are putting countless things into that I. People, things, money, knowledge, status, honor, etc. And so, we try to feel that we are not a being of nothing, but some great being. We want to be not a finite being, but an eternal being. That is why many people place infinite value on worldly things, and are attached to them. However, if you think about the objects of that attachment coolly, none of them are eternal. People must die someday. Things will disappear someday, and there is no substance in any of them. Money, knowledge, status, honor. Nevertheless, they hold on to them as if they were eternal. This is why people think life is futile. They are attached to it as if it were eternal, and then, one day, when the object disappears, they cannot help but feel futile. In fact, if you look at it, our life is originally futile. The futility here refers to the essential aspect of life. Except for our life energy, there is nothing eternal in our lives. It is just nothing. It refers to futility in that sense. However, the futility that ordinary people talk about means having no meaning. That is said because they do not know the essence of life. Life is originally futile. The I, our collection of experiences as a mass of energy, has a gravitational pull, so it attracts numerous things to maintain itself. That is desire. Whether indirect or direct, what has not been experienced cannot become a desire. That is why the I ego has many desires, and if those desires are not fulfilled, it feels as if it will become nothing and cease to exist forever. So it confirms its own existence by clinging to any object, whatever it may be. The reason people keep trying to rely on and belong to something is for the I to maintain itself. When you are quietly at home alone, look into your mind. What is there? Look carefully. What is really there? There will be nothing. Only some desire will be stirring. I'm bored. What should I do? Should I go meet a friend? Should I go see a movie? Should I watch a video? Should I go fishing? Where should I go? Analyze the content carefully. The things you have experienced before are resurfacing as memories and becoming desires, inciting your mind. It is all the past, the memory of the past. That is the I. It is not a reality but an illusion like one in a mirror. It came into being as you grew up. It was originally nothing. Therefore, no matter how many things you put into it, it cannot be filled. It is nothing more than a shadow. The money in your mind cannot be used. Real money cannot enter the mind. You are stuffing it with such illusions. Because it is something that cannot be filled originally, it is said that greed has no end. The I never knows satisfaction. Our essence, life energy, is originally empty, so it cannot be filled with anything. That is the true meaning of futility. The true meaning of nihilism is spoken of by Nietzsche. It is like death. Because there is nothing. Because it is empty. Look into your mind. If you stop the floating thoughts, there will be nothing there. The body is also not our essence, so it too is originally nothing. Nevertheless, people, not knowing this fact, that they are originally a being of nothing, life, energy itself, and fearing to face the fact that they are a being of nothing, are dominated by the desires of the I, and stuff numerous things into their empty minds and are attached to them, so that they may seem to exist forever. But it can never be eternal. It is just people's illusion. The only thing we must learn in this world is love. Then how should we live? Let's use an analogy. If we say our life is 1 and each person's life is 0, a true life is 10 and a futile life is 01. For our life to be meaningful, we must place life in front and our life behind life. Only then can our life become a meaningful life, a life lived my own way that follows. The desires of the I does not achieve harmony with its surroundings and thinks only of itself. It is very selfish. If that happens, one will not be loved by those around them and will be alienated and isolated. Such a person is always full of complaints and becomes rebellious and aggressive. They are unhappy. No love can flow from them. No one wants to be next to such a person. That is the punishment of God for not following the will of life love. However, if we live a life of love with the will of life as a priority, we will receive infinite love from those around us. We will be very happy, because happiness can be felt most intensely in the love with people. You reap what you sow. Karma. These words are not just said for nothing. In short, if there is one thing we must learn in this school, called the world, it is love life. To do so, we must be free from the domination of the I ego. If there is truly an original sin for us humans, it would be the failure to strive to be free from the I. About death. One of humans' follies is not preparing for death. If a fire were to break out in your house tomorrow, you would mobilize all equipment and make thorough preparations for the fire. Yet people, while clearly knowing the fact that they will die, make almost no preparation for death. It is truly ironic. So let's first explore what death is, because only by knowing death can we prepare for it. Furthermore, only by knowing death can we know what life is and live life properly. The reason we must do philosophy is precisely because it is the practice and preparation for death. Death means the death of the I ego. There are two kinds of death, physical death and psychological death. Physical death is something everyone can easily understand. As mentioned before, our physical body is something that came into being as we grew up. It did not exist from the beginning. Because it came from nature, it must return to nature. It must return to the 5 elements of earth, water, fire, air, and space. This is physical death. On the other hand, psychological death refers to the death of the I ego. What we usually call the I refers to the collection of experiences we have had as we grew up. It is in the end your past and your memory. If you were to lose your memory, how would you know who you are? Even identical twins have different thoughts. The root of thought is precisely that person's collection of experiences. That collection of experiences becomes a mass of energy and becomes the I. Energy is matter. Matter follows physics. Therefore, the I also follows the laws of matter. Among them is universal gravitation, the attraction of the I, that is desire. If so, psychological death refers to the death of this I. To escape from the attraction of this I is the death of the I. When that happens, our life reveals itself in the place where the desires of the I have disappeared. It is becoming one with our primordial world, which we had lost at some point, our home that existed in those pure and innocent days, that is the primordial life. In Buddhism, this is called enlightenment, and in Christianity, it is called the kingdom of God, the inner heaven. The path to enlightenment and the kingdom of God is possible by breaking free from the desires of the I ego. That is psychological death. The fear of death is because of the I ego. The reason we usually fear death is not only because of physical death, but mainly because of the death of the I ego, the collection of experiences. The body, too, has been mistaken for the I because we have identified the I with the body. For so long as we grew up, therefore we fear the death of the body, thinking that the I is dying. If you were to lose your memory and not know what your body looked like, you would not feel any sadness even if you saw your own fallen body. Even that is a past experience, a memory, the I. In the end, it is the death of the I. So, we fear death because we do not know it well. Whether it is physical death or psychological death, that death is nothing more than the death of the I, our collection of past experiences. That is why young children who do not know much about death are not very afraid of it. If so, who is the person who fears death the most? It can be said to be a person with a strong I, that is, a person with strong attachment and desire for everything. It is the death of that attachment and desire that they fear. However, our essence, life-love, never dies. Death is merely the death of what has come into being as we grew up, not our essence. Therefore, we have no need to fear death at all. To achieve this, it is important to become aware that one's essence is life, and that the I is not a reality, but an illusion like one in a mirror, and to escape from the domination of that illusion. Originally, there is nothing bad in this nature. To think something is bad is just our subjective view. Natural death, not accidental death, is a very good thing. If our body is no longer useful and is only suffering, it would be truly painful. What frees us from that suffering is death. It is by no means something to be feared. Is a foul odor bad? No. Because of the foul odor, we know that it has gone bad and do not eat it. If food had gone bad but had no foul odor, we would have no choice but to get an upset stomach or food poisoning. The same is true for physical and mental suffering. If you do not feel pain, even when a nail is stuck in your foot, that foot will soon rot. Because there is mental suffering, we come to pursue a life with less suffering. Therefore, everything that happens in nature can be said to be for the harmony and balance of the whole and for a better evolution. Natural death that is nothing to be feared at all. About the instincts of life and death. According to Freud, we have a life instinct and a death instinct. How can such contradictory instincts exist? As mentioned several times, in our minds, there is a collection of experiences we have accumulated as we grew up, and that is what we commonly call the I ego. This is also an energy and matter. Therefore, physics applies directly to psychology. That is why our I ego also has inertia to maintain itself, along with attraction. It is like a drop of water trying to maintain itself. This is the life instinct, eros. If this life instinct experiences too much extreme pain and frustration, the I gives up its maintenance and chooses death. That is suicide. In other words, when the I struggles to maintain itself and reaches a point where it can no longer be sustained, the instinct to return to its primordial home of life, the womb, a world without any pain and full of peace and freedom, comes into play. This is the death instinct, Thanatos. Ultimately, suicide can be said to be the frustration of the life instinct. And at the same time, as a result, the instinct to return to the primordial, stable world, a world without any pain, that is, the womb. Love is the death instinct. On the other hand, we have an instinct to become one with the whole. For a part to maintain equilibrium with the whole, it must become one with the whole. That is why osmosis occurs. The I-ego, our collection of experiences, is not originally a reality, but an illusion, so it cannot be eternal. For a part to be eternal, that is, to be stable, it must become one with the whole, just as a drop of water must become one with the sea to be eternal. This striving of the individual to become one with the whole, of a drop of water to become one with the sea, that is the death instinct. Because the I must die, this death instinct is love. The reason we humans desire love so much is because we want to be free from the suffering caused by the I, because in love the I can no longer exist. It is in the place where the I has died that love life finally reveals itself. The death of the I-ego, that is love, that is true resurrection. True resurrection means the death of the I and the resurrection of love life. About the instincts of life and death. According to Freud, we have a life instinct, eros, and a death instinct, thanatos. How can such contradictory instincts exist? As mentioned several times, in our minds, there is a collection of experiences we have accumulated as we grew up, and that is what we commonly call the I-ego. This is also an energy and matter. Therefore, physics applies directly to psychology. That is why our I-ego also has inertia to maintain itself along with attraction. It is like a drop of water trying to maintain itself. This is the life instinct, eros. If this life instinct experiences too much extreme pain and frustration, the I gives up its maintenance and chooses death. That is suicide. In other words, when the I struggles to maintain itself and reaches a point where it can no longer be sustained, the instinct to return to its primordial home of life, the womb, a world without any pain and full of peace and freedom, comes into play. This is the death instinct, thanatos. Ultimately, suicide can be said to be the frustration of the life instinct, and at the same time, as a result, the instinct to return to the primordial, stable world, a world without any pain, that is, the womb. Love is the death instinct. On the other hand, we have an instinct to become one with the whole. For a part to maintain equilibrium with the whole, it must become one with the whole. That is why osmosis occurs. The I-ego, our collection of experiences, is not originally a reality, but an illusion, so it cannot be eternal. For a part to be eternal, that is, to be stable, it must become one with the whole, just as a drop of water must become one with the sea to be eternal. This striving of the individual to become one with the whole, of a drop of water to become one with the sea, that is the death instinct. Because the I must die, this death instinct is love. The reason we humans desire love so much is because we want to be free from the suffering caused by the I. Because in love, the I can no longer exist. It is in the place where the I has died that love life finally reveals itself. The death of the I-ego, that is love. That is true resurrection. True resurrection means the death of the I and the resurrection of love life. About God. One of the follies most people have is the fact that they live knowing knowledge as reality. The word God is also, in fact, a word without substance. It is a very conceptual and abstract word. The word for God is expressed differently in each country. It is merely a language. It is merely a symbol. It does not refer to any visible being. It is just a symbolization of the invisible providence or principles that govern this universe and nature. It is also expressed differently in various religions and philosophies. Love, the inner heaven, the kingdom of God, Jehovah, Yahweh, life, cosmic consciousness, the supreme spirit, idea, ultimate reality, Brahman, truth, light, enlightenment, nirvana, the Tao, Atman, Buddha nature, heaven, etc. Although the meanings of these words are not completely identical, they can be considered almost similar. God is hidden in all beings. Heaven is within you. I have come to tell you that you have power like God. Deny yourself and follow the will of heaven. All of these are different expressions of life energy. God is the life hidden in all beings. God is like electricity. It is not something visible to our eyes. To explain with an analogy, let's say there is a cosmic power plant here. This power plant supplies electricity, called life energy, to all beings in the universe. The cosmic power plant is not operated by any other energy, but is self-generating by its own energy of love life, so the cosmic power plant itself can be said to be a single great life. If life energy is not supplied, that being can no longer maintain its existence. That is death and annihilation. This life energy is hidden in all beings. Life energy is also being supplied to us humans. Without life, we cannot exist. However, we do not feel well that we have life. We are just alive, but we are hardly aware that there is an unchanging energy that supports us. It is like a fish not feeling the water. In fact, it is an incredibly difficult thing for a fish to feel the water. Similarly, it is an incredibly difficult thing for us humans to become aware of our own life. Our essence is love itself. We were in love from the very beginning, yet people, unaware of this fact, search for love outside. Not realizing that love is within them, they wander outside in search of love. It is like a fish living in water, yet being thirsty. The sight of a fish searching for water in the water, how ridiculous is that? We humans are committing just that kind of folly. Therefore, to be eternally free from the thirst for love, we must find the life love within ourselves. Life love is an eternal energy. Physics speaks of the law of conservation of energy. Energy does not die. It is like light. Light is beyond the relative world. It is the absolute world. Only its form changes constantly. This light, that is an unchanging life energy, is also hidden in us. I am life. If you are alive and your body is normal, you can see, hear, speak, taste, and feel. If so, who is the subject? The eye? The ear? The mouth? The tongue? The body? Then can a corpse also see, hear, speak, taste, and feel? No. The eye, ear, mouth, tongue, and body are just mediums. The subject that perceives them, what is it? What is that awakened consciousness? Who is the one who watches your mind? It is life. Without life, there is no sensation. It has been protecting you without the slightest change. Whether you were a child or now, even though your thoughts or body may have changed constantly, the sense of existence called I that exists at the foundation of such changes is the same as it was then and is now. When you are not looking in a mirror and are not thinking of anything, you are just being alive itself and become one with the object you see. There, only the object and consciousness exist. The I that feels separation from the object no longer exists. This completely awakened consciousness, this is life. The Indian sage Ramana Maharshi said the following in his book, Who Am I?
Who am I? This body made of flesh and bones is not I. The five sense organs of sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch are not I. The five motor organs that speak, move, grasp, excrete, and reproduce are not I. The 5 vital airs, such as prana, that perform the 5 functions, such as breathing, are not I. The thinking mind is also not I. The unconscious latent within is also not I.
If all of these are not I, then who am I?
After negating all these things as not I, only the awareness that watches them remains, that is I.
The I here is different from the I ego. This I is life. This life love is always with you. It is protecting you in any situation. The power of life love is omnipotent. It digests food when you eat, heals wounds when you are injured, and warns you in advance when danger approaches. Nevertheless, we delude ourselves into thinking we are doing everything with our own power, and fall into arrogance, or we become frustrated. That is what the I does. However, if we suddenly die one day, we can do nothing. Death is something we cannot do anything about with our own power. It is the realm of God. The I has no choice. If there is one law in this universe, it is love. This universe is operated by the energy of love life. That power has harmony and balance as its attributes. That is why the universe can be eternal, without breaking down over such a long time. If there is one law in this universe, it is love. If we die and go to God, God will ask only one thing: did you do that act with love? If it was not love, he would have suffered in his own life while he was alive. That is God's punishment. There is no other law for God. It is on a different level from the laws of the human world. Even if you kill a person, if you did it with love, it is not a sin in the law of heaven. When a terminally ill person, due to extreme suffering, asked to be killed, and the attending physician, unable to bear watching, euthanized them with an injection, thereby freeing them from their suffering, that is not a sin in heaven, because it was an act of love and compassion. However, if it was an act done for the I, it is a sin. That is why, if someone has lost everything but has mastered true love, it is as if they have gained the whole world. Compared to that, all other things are too fleeting. Therefore, the one thing we humans must achieve after being born into this world is this love life. It is also the sole purpose of our lives. Thank you for watching so far.